Did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it the place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher. I'm always reaching. We make niggas disappear like that triangle out Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I'll spread a little rumor. Damn, well you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them sooner.
Yeah. Yeah. What it do, what it do, what it do, what it do. Back for another classic in the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine. In this chapter right here is the history of Santa Catalina de Africa in North America. Now, don't trip when you see the Africa part because that's just a mislabel of the people that they're finding over here. And we're going to shed more light on that history today. I hope everybody having a good day. It's been a while since I did a live or kind of got down. And for the folks, just know that when you don't see me going live, and I'm doing my deep dives, it's getting ugly for them. It's getting ugly for them when I do my deep dive. And today is just another example of how it's showing that black people was found in America, being in America, and with showing them stealing identity through slave raids, capture. And then once we get into the system, then that's when the stealing of identity happens. But before, see, people got to recognize before, this was called India. It was called India for the first, I want to say, 300 years. It didn't start getting called America until the Americans took it over in 1776, and they started putting it down like that. Until then, most people in Europe looked at it as West India. So all the inhabitants, just like I say, get the terminology of Indian, Aboriginal, or American once that time hit, during that time in the 1776. But before that, it was Indian and Aboriginal. And that's going back to Christopher Columbus. Some people say Christopher Columbus ain't real. Yeah, I had to stop fucking with a lot of niggas because I don't know what niggas think is real and ain't real. Some gotta be real. It gotta be some type of history out here. Some niggas think that all the history is wrong. And I ain't that far right with it. I'm on the right side, but I'm not far right. I try to show and prove which what we gonna do tonight. But this first, there's gonna be some letters, but I can't put out the letters yet because I think it may be some copyright thing going on. So I don't want to get no more strikes on my shit. But I definitely got some letters that was written to the King of Spain during this time, and I'm gonna go on and share some light on the area of Santa Catalina to Africa during this time. Now, definitely, probably this weekend or next week, I'm gonna go a little bit more deeper dive into the foundation of Santa Catalina to Africa, and I'm talking about the building of Fort Carolina and just they whole little history get down as far as with the French. And I'm gonna go on and intertwine that with the Spaniards during that same time so that we can get a clear look at how they was looking at India, West India on top of that. The natives. So is niggas trying to tell me now that it ain't no niggas in India? Yeah, it's getting crazy. Pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend and do it again. Yeah, we finna get into this West India. We finna get into these letters coming from St. Augustine to Spain. Then after that, we're gonna go into this story. Matter of fact, they say it's the first. They say it's the first English writing published about the Florida natives. But then they said they put the UWAP on there and they put out not the original manuscript, but they put out, the story, but they switched it up. Because the original manuscript came out in, 1696? But then they put the book out in 1699. But we gonna get to that, and they cut a lot of things out. They cut a lot of things out because of public perception. And it's like the same thing I was telling these folks about the public perception during the Seminole Wars, on how they couldn't put the real deal information out there to the public. See, folks ain't understanding. Then it go on to this day, 2025, with the manipulation of the news, with the manipulation of the narratives. The narrative getting manipulated since day one. Since day one, 1492, it being manipulated. But throughout the years, information being suppressed. Because you don't want the world knowing what's going. You don't want the old world knowing about what it do, Black Bandit. Coming through with the extended clip-o. Yeah, I'm finna just drop this little game, but I was just giving a little introduction about how they dealing with this new world and how information is suppressed. But even though we getting information now, and it all seemed like everything all went together, but that's what 1492 up to now. That's what we at. What 500 plus years, almost 600 years. So a lot that went on, a lot of changing, a lot of name changing, a lot of different terminologies have been switched out. And it's like I say, when people did put out certain stuff, before they put it out to the public, they have to suppress certain stuff because they don't want the world to know that, okay, well, we don't want the world to know that the gold is over here. We don't want the world to know that it's slaves over here. We don't want the world to know that they can come over here to this place to be able to come up. Because everybody doing bad at this time over there. Yeah, they got cut off from the plug. They got cut off from the plug. So they really wasn't able to flip nothing. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't able to flip the exotics. So whenever the Pope and the church had divided the world up for Portugal and Spain, because I guess they was the first ones to kind of go out and explore to say, hey, hold on, we're going to go out. We seen something. We need to go and put this money behind us because, you know what I'm saying, we're going to find this bread. And the other people felt some type of way. The French, the English, the Dutch, all of them felt some type of way. And you also got to recognize that when Spain is recording the New World and what's going on, those books, there's certain books and certain papers is getting distributed to certain families. Everybody ain't getting this game. It's certain families and certain royalties is getting this game. And that's why Spain felt some type of way about the French and the English and everybody coming over there. They say they breaking the law because this was put in law by the Pope. So when you got the French, you got the English within their waters, they're calling them pirates because they saying, y'all ain't supposed to be over here. Y'all ain't got the authority to be over here. This us. But just like I say, everybody trying to come up, everybody trying to get to something. So that brings us to 1680. That's where we starting at today, 1680, and we ending it in 1699. Now, there's going to be some more sections within this. Within this certain dialogue, as far as Catalina to Africa, it's going to be more sections. It's so much game. I gotta point it out a certain way. So today, I'm fixing to come with some letters that was written to the King of Spain, and the King of Spain writing them back, kind of letting them know what's going on in that area. And it's like I said, I'm gonna jump into that, and I'm gonna also talk about a man called Jonathan Dickerson that had traveled where he had a shipwreck in the Isis, and he had to walk from remember the shipwreck, and he had to walk all the way up to Charlestown. And they talk about being in the area, Catalina to Africa, as far as Fort Carolina and all those areas right there north of Fort Carolina. It's like I say, this is, I'm not for the show right now, but later on, It's supposed to be the first English writing published. It was published in 1699 about the inhabitants of Florida coming from an English perspective. Now we know that we didn't get the perspective from Spain and French, but now we getting it from the English perspective. So definitely go on and pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Hold on one moment. Now this right here is the intro. Gotta get the screen. Like I say, I ain't gonna be able to show it yet. But whenever I get done with this whole little this section of the book, there's many chapters within this section, the side of Catalina to Africa. I'ma definitely go on and drop that source, but it's like I said, I ain't gonna drop it now for the fact that I think it's on some copywritten type stuff. I know niggas be out here hating, doing all type of goofy. So I'm gonna keep it tucked until the end of the thing, but I'm gonna go, I always put out there so you can always get the source working with your boy.
We take pleasure in presenting to our readers information connected with St. Augustine never before published. It is composed largely of reports and letters to the King of Spain, much of it written by Pedro Menendez himself, and contains decrees and letters from the king to the governor, generals and officers having charge of the Florida provinces. It has been buried for over 3 centuries, in Seville, Spain. It is reliable, having been written in Old Spanish and guarded with care. It contains facts for which many have sought in vain. The style in which it is written is clear and comprehensive, without being diffuse or overdrawn. It is the true history of our country.
Yeah, been buried. That's what I'm bringing you. I'm bringing you the real game, the real primaries. I ain't on no goofy ass shit, right? Had to get out certain niggas' cars. I ain't in the goofy ass niggas' cars, right? Niggas really gotta look at this shit and really make this shit make sense. Yeah, get out your feelings, right? Make it make sense. Primary been buried in Seville. I'm gonna bring that to you over here in the book of the SGI Talks. Yeah, primaries.
To our officers who reside in the city of Sevilla in charge of the India contracts, I have named the captains, as you will see, from the description shown by General Araso. that they may enlist the 1,400 men who are to go to Florida in the armada which we have ordered equipped, instructing them immediately upon their arrival what they are to do, and notify me of their safe arrival. You must be immediately notified when the men are gathered together, and as it is expedient with each captain, you are to send a responsible person that he may pay each man 1 month's salary in advance from the treasury on the day he enlists. It will cost, we suppose, upwards of 11,000 ducats, that they may go provided according to instructions received. You are to give each captain a copy of the order sent, that he may be sure of his men, who, receiving this aid, neither he nor they be deceived. I also command that according to these orders you instruct the paymasters so that they may well understand that each soldier is to have the money in his own hands so that there be a good understanding between us. This is paid to them as it will be a long and arduous campaign, and so that they may work with more zest and the town be established quickly. See that the captains go at this work with diligence and haste, and you must immediately see and attend to where you are to lodge these people and from there embark them. Send with them a person of trust to guide and lodge them and to see that they are well provided with food and all necessaries for their money. Keep them well together without disorder or vexation to the people of the land. Inform me of how you have provided for them and you will have served me. From Bosque de Segovia, August 15th, 1565.
And that's a decree. Yeah, that's the decree. And you know, all this started when I stumbled across this right here when I was doing one of my deep dives. When I came across Santa Catalina de Africa, I say, damn, where's this place at? That they named basically the first so-called African town. But it ain't no slave port though. They ain't bringing no motherfucking slaves over there. They ain't making no money in that area. Why they name this motherfucker Santa Catalina de Africa? And I say, oh yeah, the same reason that they named the niggas down there in Panama African terms when they found the niggas. The same way that they went across all the places around the world that's warm, like Papua New Guinea, like Australia, like all those islands within those areas where they was finding black people, they put the African terms on them. So now we just gonna get into a little bit more, just like I say, the history of Santa Catalina de Africa in North America. Pull up, show up. Pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
A.D. 1680-1685. Letter from Pablo Ida Salazar to His Majesty. Indians of the province of Guayale ally themselves with the English and together with over 300 men make war against the Spaniards of the island of St. Catherine, surprising and killing the sentinels, only one of whom escaped to warn the garrison. The people gather in the convent of a friar and defend themselves from daylight until 4 o'clock. When aid from this garrison reached them, the enemy retires, natives of the island. greatly alarmed, disquieting news of the intentions of the enemy upon this garrison, implores the aid of the king quickly that the English may be ejected from the land. Don Juan Marquez Cabrera, Governor and Captain General of Florida, gives an account to His Majesty of hostilities in the provinces, 2 fleets, French and English, going and coming from Havana, seize Fort Matanzas and after plundering, burn it to the ground, is being rebuilt. Great depredations committed up and down the coast by the enemy, Indians and half-breeds taken and sold into slavery, pushing the work on the castle, grieved over its slow progress, owing to lack of workmen, begs to be allowed to retire because of age and long service, to Charles II, our principal cacique, the king, from the people of the territory of Habilake, 137. The king to the governor and captain general of Florida concerning 10 Negroes from St. George who asked for the waters of baptism. A sergeant major from St. George comes to claim them. Because they have become Christians, the Spanish king decides to buy them. After receiving a receipt, they are to be set at liberty, each one given a document to that effect. The king reprimands Don Diego Corrego for not immediately attending to these matters, orders a full account to be sent as soon as it is accomplished.
Said they sold the Indians and mixed breeds. Where the mixed breeds come from? How did all the mixed breeds get over there? Let's get into this. That was just the intro.
A.D. 1680. Sire, in a letter of April last year, I expressed my concerns about the English who have settled in the province of Carolina and along the river St. George. In November of the following year, I reiterated these concerns with some evidence, including a plan or map from the river St. George to Mobile. Subsequently, I was informed that 5 Englishmen had attacked one of the towns and advanced as far as the province of Guayale, which falls under the jurisdiction of this garrison, where they came to gather statements and provide information regarding the arrival of the English in those areas, all of which I submit to Your Majesty. Today, my duty is to report on what transpired in the province of Guayale this year. The Chuchimacos, Beshizes, and Chulucas, who were at war with one another but had maintained friendly relations and trade with this province, have allied with the English and have declared themselves our enemies. They made an invasion first on the island of Guadalquivir in Guayale, then on the mainland they killed 138 and scalped a number of the natives until these latter rallied and, with one of our lieutenants at the head, sallied forth and repulsed them. A few days later they made an entrance on the island of St. Catherine, one of the frontiers, with a force of over 300 men. They killed the sentinels who were 6 in number, one only escaping, who gave the alarm and the citizens were able to defend themselves. There were 45 Spaniards from this garrison and about 100 natives. They took refuge in the convent of the friar, who teaches the gospel in that province, Captain Francisco Suenz, whom I sent 2 years ago to take charge of that place, who defended himself and army with great valor and distinction from daylight until 4 o'clock in the afternoon against these Indians, who were armed with firearms. Instantly upon receiving information of the danger, I sent aid to T. information of the danger, I sent aid to the number of 30 soldiers on foot in a vessel with 18 marines. When they arrived, the enemy had retired. I am assured that among them were several Englishmen who instructed them in the use of the firearms, which consisted of long guns. This caused great consternation and horror among the natives who at first evacuated the island of St. Catherine, but I have been informed they have since returned, doubling their forces. I had sent 8 men to them from this garrison, and I am resolved to send 20, as it is a place of the utmost importance to this garrison, as a protection against invasions and also to obtain food and supplies. The entrance to the bar of Zappola is easy and distant from it, as you can see on the map, only 2 leagues. Information has been brought to me by a pilot who left here and was taken prisoner by the French, that he overheard them say they would come to this province, take possession of the island and bar of Zapala. This is damaging news, and my greatest trouble is the lack of troops, as I have only about 290 in total. I have increased this number with a few natives of seemingly good disposition, should a fight occur in this fort, but they are so inexperienced that they could not support us. This post is mainly composed of mariners, pilots, shipmasters and mates, 12 artillerymen, 6 widows and a few children to whom, through your mercy, you grant pay, and 10 or 12 decrepit old men who are exempt from toil because of their age. I have 24 men in Appalach, which is 80 leagues away, and 2 in Timucua, 2 in the pass of Salamatodo, 10 leagues distant from this garrison. The sentinels of Matanzas and the bar. All this causes me great distress, as I should be obliged to repair to the field, and I have no resources possible with so few people. Notwithstanding, I propose, with the help of God, to improve it, and thus will the conversions advance and secure the road to Mexico. It is expedient to run the English out of that land, and there are not 200 firearms in the armory nor among the soldiers and natives. If the 30 lancers and 100 infantry I sent for 3 years ago had come, things would be in a different shape. With 100 families to protect, a good deal of aid is needed as speedily as possible, and your Majesty will send them promptly as to the interest of your service. God protect you. Pablo Ida Salazar. St. Augustine of Florida, May 14, 1680. A.D. 1682. Sire, Don Juan Marquez Cabrera, your governor and Captain General of the provinces of Florida, gives you an account of how since last February of this year they have experienced many hostilities in these provinces from 2 French and English fleets who, since they discovered and settled with 10 vessels they brought on these coasts towards the south, have taken and settled all the entrances and ports, having seized 7 vessels that were coming and going to the city of Havana, entered and plundered the fort of Matanzas with no resistance from those within. And on another occasion in the same place, where there were 45 Spaniards, captains, lieutenants and soldiers, 400 Indians with firearms and arrows came to one of the trenches at the edge of the two rivers at the foot of the fort, and this time they did not fire a single shot, but set fire to the fort and burned it, as it was made of wood. I am again rebuilding it in the shape of a bonnet or cap with its sloped inclinations, which it did not have before, with 25 stone houses, so that 12 or 16 soldiers can defend it. Upon retreating, they entered the river of Point Martin in Longara, 18 leagues inland and 40 from this garrison. 35 Frenchmen entered and plundered the estate Lacroix, imprisoning the owner and some of his slaves and other persons, and their servants. They were assisted in this by 3 of the neighboring caziques, with 16 Indians. As they retired, they were met by an ambush that liberated the owners of the estate at the cost of 1 Indian. Although there were 5 Spaniards, holding the rank and pay of captain, they excused themselves from the occasion because they feared that if they had anyone to encourage them, the enemy would not have left a single survivor. As soon as I received the news, despite being very short on personnel for the defense of the castle, I made every possible effort to send the sergeant major of this post with 40 soldiers as quickly as possible. Finding the enemy already embarked, I ordered him to obstruct the river, given the danger to this province, not having received any orders from you to keep it open. Notwithstanding all the sergeant major's efforts to place obstructions, I fear the enemy will invade this garrison if only to see the fort that is being built. It is to be in the shape I have shown you on the map, and I have given the adjutant Alonso Solano, superintendent of the work, a man of much intelligence and quite capable. Notwithstanding all the sergeant major's efforts to place obstructions, I fear the enemy will invade this garrison if only to see the fort that is being built. It is to be in the shape I have shown you on the map, and I have given the adjutant Alonso Solano, superintendent of the work, a man of much intelligence and quite capable of carrying it on. At the time the French were destroying the estate Lacroix, the English landed at the bar of Mosquito Inlet. They killed 10 Indians and captured 18. They had also captured the frigate that left this post for New Spain. They captured it with a pirate vessel which had come from Jamaica, as testified to by the autos I sent, in which I also stated the other hostilities and depredations as you can see in the office of the Royal Council. It is a source of grief to me to see the manner in which they take these poor Indians and sell them into slavery, as they have done with many, selling them on the island of Barbadoo.
Selling, my bad. Selling them on the island of Barbados. Selling them on the island of Barbados. The Indians in this area are being sold in Barbados. These are the black people. These are the Cimarroons. These are the Maroons. These are the Seminoles. These are the indigenous black people of America being sold to Barbados. We just got the primary on there where they saying they selling these people to Barbados. And we know what Barbados is filled up with. We know what Barbados is filled up with. We're going to dig deep into that also for sure.
They even take the mixed ones, children of Spaniards and Indians. Although I am quite advanced on the building and defense of the castle, I feel disconsolate when I think of the scarcity of troops and the inferior quality of those I have who are cowardly and pusillanimous as I have before represented them to you. I repeat it, in hopes that you will send me at least 2 good captains and 100 first-class men. Besides being dastardly those I have, many of them are too old to be of service, having been retired and pensioned off. I am heartily sick of those who have been pensioned off, and of the children who have been pushed into service with no other object than to receive the pay. While mindful of the humane interests, this at times is exceedingly trying to my patience. And so, since the fort is assuming such shape, I implore you to give the order needed of sending more men. I also implore your majesty that having served you so many years without complaint against me, that you will replace me in this garrison and give me permission to retire. God grant you a long and prosperous life. Juan Marquez Cabrera. St. Augustine, Fla, July 16, 1682. Charles II, our principal cacique, to the King. God, who with his power has created us from nothing, it being his will, we live, although with work and misfortune, it matters not how, so we live, with our limited understanding, every day without ceasing as we are commanded by our Creator. Since he so wishes it, we praise and reverence him. Leaving this apart, we also, the nobility and all in general, old men and old women, children, orphans and disabled, as many as are found in this territory called Habalake, every day we say it seems to us, we do not reverence, embrace, and receive in our hearts our principal cacique and king and his noble words. Saying this among ourselves seems to make us more humble and disposed to receive your words when they reach our ears. As of now, we could have written to you long ago, for the obedience we show you, and not waited for your many noble deeds, and to convey to you what we are witnessing and suffering here, being not only ourselves but all in this world who were created from nothing by the will of God. Our priests, whose duty it is to care for our souls, cleanse them and absolve them, teach us good things and take away and quench the ugly and evil in us, helping us to be good Christians, as it is for this that you have shown us such great mercy, and thus we recognize it, and believe with one heart. Second, although we are ignorant people, we think that our hearts and souls belong to our Creator, our bodies and their governance, and to whom they belong to teach and punish is to our head, whom you are, and whom we recognize as our chief cacique and king, and as the grass grows and has roots, bathed by the dews of night, so we and all your miserable vassals are nourished by your noble words. And although bodily we do not see you with our eyes, we take it from the one who represents you as your governor and captain general, and to him we look as to you and as your words coming from him who we see, hear and understand, and guard, believing and obeying him. Sire, from the information I was able to gather through gifts to the native Indians, I succeeded in finding out the plans of the settlers of St. George and the new settlement in St. Helena, where this garrison was first, about 60 leagues away from here. Approximately 50 Indians, under orders from the governor of St. Helena, were to enter the province of Temecula, causing as much damage and hostility as they could, taking prisoners and killing the natives. I immediately sent a dispatch by carrier to the lieutenant of that province to be on guard and take care of the towns. It seems that about 6 hours before he received my notice, they had entered and destroyed the town of Afinca.
And that's the town of Africa. That's Santa Catalina de Africa. That's Santa Catalina de Africa. They didn't think I was gonna find another text. It's in the letters to the king. They talking about this place. Why did they erase this about the history to where we don't hear about this town in this area before Saint Moses? I mean, not Saint Moses, before Moses. 150 years plus before Saint Moses. Why this been buried? I got another source on the Santa Catalina de Africa, the town of Africa. Let me bring that back. Let me bring that back.
Sire, from the information I was able to gather through gifts to the native Indians, I succeeded in finding out the plans of the settlers of St. George and the new settlement in St. Helena, where this garrison was first, about 60 leagues away from here. Approximately 50 Indians, under orders from the governor of St. Helena, were to enter the province of Temecula, causing as much damage and hostility as they could, taking prisoners and killing the natives. I immediately sent a dispatch by carrier to the lieutenant of that province to be on guard and take care of the towns. It seems that about 6 hours before he received my notice, they had already entered and destroyed the town of Afinca.
That's Africa. That's Santa Catalina de Africa. That's a mislabel on the people that's already in that area that they are enslaving and taken to Barbados. These particular people that were being enslaved this whole time about this area were being transported and sold to Barbados. They didn't think I was gonna find another source. Yeah, I'm a different animal. Negro Abraham number 7.
A place of about 60 natives. About 50 men entered with 16 guns and the rest with bows and arrows and machetes. Everything exactly as
A place of about 60 natives. Is these niggas from 60s? Are these the original 6-0s? Are these the original neighborhood 6-0s? Are these the original 60s? Santa Catalina to Africa, and I ain't even from 60s. Shout out to all my peoples from West Side rolling 60s crib. Is this the first 60s? Ain't think I was gonna find that other Santa Catalina, the Africa source that shed more light on these people that's being sold to Barbados. Barbados? They say all the slaves in Barbados is from Africa. No, 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 no. It's looking like they got a lot of their slaves from right here, Florida. Santa Catalina to Africa, where they come get them, do the slave raids down in the area and transport them out in Charleston. But Spain tried to keep it a secret. Spain tried to keep it under wraps because they controlling all their workers. That's where all the workers is at. That's where all the workers, they got a whole nother line on workers. They try to keep it a secret, but the secret is out. Santa Catalina to Africa is what the United States was fighting for the whole time. To get full control. This shit wild.
a place of about 60 natives. About 50 men entered with 16 guns and the rest with bows and arrows and machetes. Everything exactly as I had been informed. They belong to the Yamairs nation who have retired from this dominion and gone over to the English. They killed and carried off the prisoners as certified by a letter from the lieutenant. I have restored as far.
That's the Yamasees. Which just like I say, I'm gonna get into some more before this because there's definitely some more game before this where they talking about the people that basically made up the Yamas within that area. You know what I'm saying? That broke off early in the game. They broke off early in the game. And it's like I say, that go back to the 1597. I tell you, they go back to the 1597. Niggas is playing around here. Niggas better tap in, nigga, to these information. It's going back to the 1597. The first wars. Man, niggas playing, man.
A place of about 60 natives. About 50 men entered with 16 guns and the rest with bows and arrows and machetes. Everything exactly as I had been informed. They belong to the Yamairs nation who have retired from this dominion and gone over to the English. They killed and carried off the prisoners as certified by a letter from the lieutenant. I have restored as far as possible the garrison of Tamiqua for the peace of its natives. If I had had enough force, I would have sent the vessels that I have to the settlement of Santa Elena and caused them some damage, but, as it is, I do not have enough forces for anything. The two captains experienced in that part of the country are old. One is 70 and the other 60 years old. I am sorry to say, the enemy is settling in the interior, where they find the land so rich and productive of all kinds of fruit. Should they come here, they could easily capture us. For the lack of men, we need men, more troops. I am informed that 40 days ago, 11 vessels with 700 men had been sent out from England. I await them with fear, for we lack men and ammunition. I also distrust my sentinels. I hope you will immediately send me reinforcements. God preserve you, etc. Juan Marquez Cabrera. St. Augustine, April 15, 1685. The King. To my Governor and Captain General of the city of St. Augustine in the province of Florida, and Field Marshal Don Diego de Quiroga y Laceda, in whose charge that government is now. The royal officers of that city have given me an account in different letters of their having arrived at that garrison 10 remaining Negroes, 8 males and 2 females, from St. George. That they asked for the waters of baptism, it was given them, after which a sergeant major from St. George came to claim them. Not appearing to be the proper thing to return them after becoming Christians, it was agreed upon with the sergeant major to buy them with the money from my royal exchequer for the sum of $1,600, granting a writing to that purpose, to pay said sum at a stated time specified. To satisfy this, I sent to the new city of Vera Cruz for this sum of money, which was brought and deposited in my royal coffers of that city, advising the governor of St. Augustine and notifying the governor of St. George to send for it. It seems they came for it at the time the governor was distributing aid to the soldiers. He had notified me of the receipt of this money, but not receiving a reply, he supposed I was not satisfied with the transaction, imploring I should tell him what to do with the Negroes. The men had been put to work on the fort, and the women the governor had retained as servants in his household. He paid the cost of them, and he only awaited my orders. In view of all that he asks, through the judge of my Council of the Indias, it occurs to me to say to you that Don Diego Quiroga was wanting in his duty by not sending to pay the money deposited in the royal coffers for the purchase of said Negroes, and in the word he had given the English. He should have considered that in refusing to deliver them to the English, it was done to protect the religion. This alone would have sufficed, being as I am such a Catholic. For any excess expended in their purchase, notwithstanding my failure in replying to him on this point, and so, it appears strange what this governor has done. And so, that you perfectly understand what I order you, as I do order you, that of the first money which comes into my royal coffers of that city you immediately pay up the whole amount, and give the governor of St. George perfect satisfaction for the $1,600 agreed upon for the sale. The defraying of this to be done as quickly as possible. And as a reward for having come to these provinces to live under the laws of the gospel and become Catholics, I order that immediately upon receipt of this, you give them all their liberty in my name, giving each one, males and females, a document to that effect, so that seeing their example others may do likewise. As soon as you have accomplished this, you are to send me a full account, as this is my will. The King, sent by the King our Lord Don Juan de la Vega, Chairman of the Council.
When they started putting that paperwork in the game, they free. Show your paperwork. Show your paperwork. It's going to show you free. So that was from 1680 to 1685. Now we first to jump from 1689 to 1698. And this is the intro for that next section.
A.D. 1689-1698. Letter of the Governor and Captain General of Florida, Don Diego Coroba y Losada, to His Majesty, giving an account of a custom obtaining in the garrison which he deems dangerous to its safety, that is, the ringing of the church bells at midnight, when the host is taken out to administer communion to the dying until the same is returned, oftentimes lasting hours, which same drowns the fire of the sentinel across the river, who is to fire as many times as there are vessels sighted. This danger has been fully laid before the priest, but to no purpose, notwithstanding the city has been in arms for some days awaiting the enemy. There is also testimony accompanying this letter of the same purport. His Majesty, by a document dated July 18, 1694, requests a report on the procedures followed regarding the edicts of faith and anathema and the locations where the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition operates. These queries were addressed by Severino Masanita on March 17, 1690. In 1691, the Governor and Captain General of Florida, Don Diego Quiroga y Losada, provides an account of a military review in St. Augustine. He discusses the significant benefits and safety to the city from constructing a sea wall that would stretch from the fort to the entire length of the town, thereby protecting it from the sea during storms that reach the houses. The soldiers and citizens contribute $10,000, and they beseech His Highness to allocate funds to assist in building this wall, assuring that the people recognize His Highness's concern. The King, A.D. 1698, addressed a letter to the Governor and Captain General, Don Diego Quiroga y Losada, of the city of St. Augustine, reprimanding the governor for unfairly taxing the Indians, whom he desires to be civilized, and urges that they should not be treated merely as subjects, but as his own children, emphasizing the need to care for their comfort and needs. He also imposes a penalty if the funds sent for the purchase of canvas and provisions are not distributed to these Indians as agreed. This includes excerpts from the investigations conducted by the Council regarding alleged abuses by the Governor of Florida, Don Francisco Morel Sanchez. In addition to the disturbing reports that have been verified, There are also accounts of his mistreatment of a captain of grenadiers, who acted according to his own judgment rather than following military law. The royal officers express their objections, certify to the accuracy of these investigations, and appeal to the king for justice. A report according to His Excellency's desire concerning affairs under Governor Don Francisco Morales Sanchez. The investigation shows that the facts set forth in the different papers and petitions sent to His Majesty have been all too true. It is impossible to put into writing the strange, diverse, and extraordinary excesses committed by this governor.
Yeah, Robert Lee Ford, never being bored. What to do, my nigga? Yeah, I'm just pointing out that all during this time, this is called, in their eyes, this is India. This is West India. This is West India. And the natives, the people that's found in the area, are Indians, Aboriginals. They're the natives, and they can tell the difference between the Negroes and the natives because the natives, they know the language, they eating the same foods. It's certain things that they can tell the difference from the natives and the Negroes. It's a whole different people. Just like they was telling the difference in the 1820s when the Indian agent first came down, and they were saying, hold on, when we going into these villages, these ain't no runaways. These is black Seminoles. These is black Indians. The same thing here, but we got to recognize this is a new world, and they look at this whole new world as India, and all the inhabitants are Indians or Aboriginals. So whenever you see within these documents Negroes and Indians, they can tell the difference because of the language, what they're wearing, and their diet. Go on and pull up, roll up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. And do it again. We're going to get to some more. Like I say, that was the intro. We're going to get into this second part of the game, the letters from 1689 to 1698. That's going back and forth from St. Augustine to the king of Spain.
A.D. 1689. Sire, today I must give you an account of a custom I have found here, which might redound to the injury of this garrison. It is that at any hour of the night when the host is taken out to administer communion to the dying, the church bells are rung and continue to ring until its return to the church, with the same solemnity as is done in the daytime. Now, this might cause very serious results, as when we have the sentinel who is on duty across the river, to fire as many times as there are vessels in view. Then the bells are rung and the people gather together. This makes us very attentive in listening for the firing, and the noise of the bells at all hours prevents us from hearing, and would give the enemy an opportunity of entering and capturing the town. I always keep the fort well guarded and am prepared, but as we know from so many occurrences in the Indias in the past few years, all the misfortunes of invasions have come from
They call it the Indias. They ain't even calling it America. They calling it India's. The India's. West India. This is not America at the time in their eyes.
I have solicited the priest not to have this done and even refused to let him have the soldiers to follow in the procession. But he is very impertinent and says the church belongs to him and he shall do as it pleases him. Since the 28th of May we have been in arms awaiting the enemy, and I sent the priest word not to ring by one of the soldiers, then by the sergeant major. In spite of my message he rang the bells from 10:30 at night until 2:30. To avoid danger from this, I have given orders that none of the soldiers attend. If he desists from ringing, I will allow him all the soldiers necessary. Things will work thus until your Majesty orders otherwise for the safety of this garrison. God grant you long life, Diego Caroba. St. Augustine, Fla, August 16, 1689. Testimony which accompanies this letter, in the city of St. Augustine of Florida, May 28, 1689. The captain of cuirassiers, Don Diego Caroba y Losada, governor and captain general of this city and province, by order of your Majesty, says, that this garrison being in arms and awaiting signals since Sunday, the 22nd, the Church has on several occasions rung the bells after midnight in taking out the Holy Sacrament, continuing the ringing for 2 hours or more, without ceasing. This is contrary to all customs in Spain and the Indias, where the sacrament is not carried in pomp after night, but only by the priest, the sacristan, and 2 other persons who carry the lights. In a close garrison it is more strictly observed, and for that reason should be more strictly enforced in this garrison, as such things are risky, especially as we are under arms, and injury might result, as it would give the enemy time and opportunity to accomplish their intentions. We are trying to stand on the defensive, and it might injure this very church itself. For this reason I sent word to the priest, Don Alonso de Ligurian, parish priest and vicar of this city, in all due form by Saint Sebastian Lopez, begging him to cease the ringing and setting forth the danger which could result. That he should not go out in pomp, but ask for all the soldiers he wanted and they would be sent. He would not listen, and threatened the lieutenant with excommunication should he return. Another message I sent by the sergeant major, Pedro Araudo y Avellaneda, to whom he made the same reply, stating that the church was his and he would ring when he pleased. It had been given him by the pontificate, and the governor had nothing to do with it, and must not meddle. Such language and conduct disturbs the public peace. That all this may be certified, I have ordered testimony taken of the case and had the sergeant major and adjutant Sebastian Lopez examined, and so I sent it, and signed Diego Caroba y Losada, appeared before me, Alonso Solano, notary public of the government, in the city of St. Augustine, Florida, as witness, Sebastian Lopez. May 22, 1689. Captain Diego Caroba y Losada, Governor and Captain General of said city, ordered to appear before me, the adjutant, Sebastian Lopez, who is the actual sergeant major in the garrison, who was in my presence, received and sworn in by the notary public, in the name of God and the Holy Cross, and having promised to tell nothing but the truth. Asked for the tenor of the auto at the head of this document, he said that at about 2:30 the bells of the church of this city were ringing. Having started out, his lordship, the governor, called him and ordered him to take a message to the priest, telling him that he knew well that the city was in arms, the enemy being on this coast, and they had received signals that the vessels were in sight of the city, and to cease ringing the bells as the noise would prevent them from hearing the signal to arms. That upon coming to the church, he told the priest to stop ringing the bells because it made too much noise. The priest's response was to order him to leave the church under the threat of excommunication. The witness returned 3 times with the governor's message, but no attention was paid to his lordship's message, and the bells continued to ring. This is the truth, he states and affirms under oath, and he is 22 years old and signs it, Sebastian Lopez Toledo, before me, Alonso Solano, Notary Public and of the government. It agrees with the original of which mention has been made and which I send. Executed in St. Augustine, Florida, on July 15, 1689. Alonso Solano, Notary Public and of the government. By Your Majesty's decree dated in Madrid, July 18, 1674, you request a statement regarding the procedure followed in the functions of the Edicts of Faith and Anathemas, as well as the locations where the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition operates. Additionally, you inquire about the reasons behind the controversies raised by the city whenever these proceedings take place, and what actions have been taken this
Historical
year.
Society presents Florida
In order
Frontiers
to
is made
prevent any
possible in part
scandal,
by the
the city resolved to permit the Commissioner of the Inquisition to conduct matters at his discretion. By Your Majesty's decree dated in Madrid, July 18, 1674, you request a statement regarding the procedure followed in the functions of the Edicts of Faith and Anathemas, as well as the locations where the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition operates. Additionally, you inquire about the reasons behind the controversies raised by the city whenever these proceedings take place, and what actions have been taken this year. In order to prevent any scandal, the city resolved to permit the Commissioner of the Inquisition to conduct matters at his discretion, gathering testimony of all proceedings to report back to Your Majesty. These actions do not have a set schedule, as they are left to the judgment of the Commissioner, who can execute them whenever he chooses, which can vary from every 2, 3, or even up to 6 years. After discussion, it was decided not to carry out these actions this year, as it is not a typical practice, and we preferred to provide a report before presenting further instances of disagreements. For the past 20 years, the city has allowed itself to be fined for failing to fulfill its duty in attending these proceedings.
What it do, seduction doll? Getting them calls? What it do? Nah, just dropping some history about the St. Augustine area and point out Santa Catalina's, Africa's history and what was going on within this area during this time frame when they were enslaving, doing slave raids, and putting them on the plantations, and was targeting certain people within Florida and putting them on slave raids and also transporting them to Barbados. Had a direct line for Florida Indians, Barbados, starting in the 16th, I guess whenever they first started doing their thing, 1680s. Pointing out the fact that they getting their slaves from over here on the east in East Florida. Yeah, they ain't think I was gonna get another source for that Santa Catalina to Africa, but in here they call it the town of Africa. I appreciate you coming through. Yeah, this is just this is just kind of one of those ones where you can just pull up and roll up and just kind of listen to these letters that they sending back and forth from St. Augustine to the King of Spain. Then once I get done with these letters, I'm fit to jump into this Jonathan Dickinson story, and just point out the fact, because they really just try to say that, they really try to point out the fact that it was just a whole bunch of runaway slaves coming from Georgia and South Carolina into Florida, making all these black towns and all these black Indians that know the language and that's dressing up, that's part of this culture, and all they do is go back to Florida. All they memories is go back to Florida. And within that story, it's showing how difficult it is to even move around when all the people within their area is big tripping. It's a lot of big tripping going on, and it's a lot of leaving the story out and hiding information as far as from the original manuscripts. Because we try to get to the original manuscripts over here. We try to get to the primary. We try to get to the root of this shit. I try to get to the root. So we're going to take a look at all just what was going on during the time when they was calling this area north of St. Augustine, Santa Catalina to Africa. And it's like I said, this is just a build from 1680 up to 1698. But we're going to go before that. We're going to go back to the 15s with it, but not today, though. It's going to be on a different day. But yeah, we're going to get back to the beginning, to the root. That's a fact. Keep it lit. Pull up. Roll up.
As there is no tribunal of inquisition here, the commissioner succeeded in getting the city to go to his house for him, and he precedes the city. In church, his place is to be on the gospel side, with the humility recognized in such places. The decision of this controversy seems to depend on Law 20, Chapter 26, of the 9th Recompilation of the Indias. This last, the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition pretends is only understood by your Majesty, the Viceroys, and Captain Generals in whom a living representation can be found. Thus, to represent the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition, the power is solely invested in your commissioner. From this comes the act of trampling underfoot your government, whom the commissioner tries to subdue in everything, to his will, as well as the notary public and ministers. That a stop may be put to his audaciousness, it has seemed wise and prudent to make a report with testimonies attached to your Majesty, that you may act as you deem proper in the case. May God grant you long life. Severino Massanita. Havana, March 17, 1690. A.D. 1691. Your Highness, Don Diego Quiroga y Lorada, Governor and Captain General of the Province of Florida, in a letter dated January 8, 1690, gives you an account of the general review which he passed on the soldiers of infantry and militia of that garrison. He proposed the advantages and security occurring to the city by building a wall from the fort, the whole length of the city along the sea, seeing the danger in which it now is of being ruined by floods from the sea, which already comes up to the houses, when we have the slightest storm. The soldiers, seeing the necessity of it, immediately offered what they could, the citizens of the province doing likewise, that the work might advance. I send a certificate showing that the amount of the offering they have made is $10,000, and that they will use every effort to build the wall, and they have commenced to get out the stone and other necessary things. I implore your Highness to designate a sum to help build this wall, which is so important, and that these poor soldiers and citizens may feel encouraged to give more, seeing that your Majesty helps them in such needed work, since nothing less depends upon this wall than the preventing a flood of the place and separating the castle, losing all that has been spent in the building of it. The board is obliged to represent you. What the voluntary contributions of the soldiers and citizens of the province is for the building of this wall, estimate the cost of it, and how much will be needed to continue the work, and why. And how much will be needed to continue the work, and with this and what you order, the Count of Galva, Viceroy of the New Spain, must send to Florida the sum of $2,000, that the governor may apply it to this work, and that he inform the board of the size, latitude and thickness, the design of it, that they may better understand it. And that the royal officers certify that said portion of the $2,000 was spent on this work, sending an exact account and cause. Then, the soldiers and citizens of Florida, seeing that your Majesty takes an interest in them and helps them, will feel encouraged to continue subscribing. You will decide as most convenient. Madrid, August 11, 1691. The King. To the Field Marshal Don Diego Quiroga y Losada, my Governor and Captain General of the city of St. Augustine, in the province of Florida, or to the person or persons in whose care his government may be. In a letter of June 8, 1640, it refers, among other things, that you have sought the means of spending the money assigned for the purchasing of canvas and provisions for the Indians of the pass of the river Salamatodo, as was evident by the certificate and agreement that together with the royal officers of that city you made. Seeing all in my council of war of the Indians, how special attention was called to the new tax imposed for the canoes that serve as transports at the referred river, I have resolved to order and command you, as I do, that the moment you receive this order, that you revoke the one by which you have distinguished yourself together with the royal officers, as the agreement of the 1st of February, of 1698, being worthy of reproof, the one that you and they are working in this matter, without any orders whatsoever from me, as should always be the case in questions of this nature, especially when my royal soul is so moved towards the Indians, my desire so great, that they should be civilized and treated not alone as my vassals, but as my own children, subjugating them and attending to their wants and comfort. Thus you will proceed to revoke what you have done. Advise my royal officers by dispatch of the date that they take note of this resolution in the books under their charge, so that at all times it shall be evident. And I also command that you immediately have published and posted proclamations to this effect in all public places in the city and province, inserting to the letter in the proclamation the contents of this dispatch, and sending to the board by the first opportunity presenting itself, testimony of having executed this procedure. A fine of 1,000 reals imposed upon you, to be remitted if you do not execute this order immediately in the form that I have imposed and commanded. And that the canoes remain and be paid as they have been up to the present, and as they were up to the date when you imposed the above expressed tax. And you shall advise me clearly and plainly what has been the amount of these taxes up to the date of receipt of this dispatch, and if there be any portion of it, you have it placed at once in my royal chest in that city, to remain there until receiving my further orders. So does it suit me and my royal service? The Council. Continuing the account of investigations which have been obtained and were promised in a letter of October 22 to ascertain with certainty the excesses committed by the Governor of Florida, Don Francisco Morel Sanchez. The Council makes known that the events are so strange and extraordinary, which by various means have been understood to have taken place in that garrison and its administration, that the very excess itself stuns one with astonishment and paralyzes the credulity of our mind, but, having complied with his duty as commanded, he explains that he is quite assured of the truth of the report of the engineer Don Antonio Arredondo, who was an eyewitness and had no reason whatsoever to judge him otherwise than impartially, being in no conceivable manner dependent. That his report agrees in every particular with the other letters written about the excesses of the above-mentioned governor, as will be recognized by the document which accompanies this and is certified by Engineer Arredondo in a private declaration made by the decree expedited for this purpose. That the few Indians of our faith represent and express their true sentiments, as indicated by a document I send to this council, through the Reverend Bishop of Michael, which they obliged Senor Arredondo to receive and forward to your majesty. That other certificates from military and private individuals of that garrison, along with other documents that accompany this, not only confirm, but also add such scandalous excesses of the private life of that but add such scandalous excesses of the private life of that governor, that it is impossible to find decent and decorous words to express them. And some of these words come from the mouths of religious monks and priests who affirm all these letters, as well as the one written by Don Antonio Benavides. There are also later letters providing accounts of the same proceedings. In addition to the scandalous reports being certified by all in a similar manner, they accuse the governor of his treatment of Captain of Grenadiers Don Felipe de Idarieta, commandant of the detached troops, forgetting his personal merits, official position, and that he is a man of implicit integrity. He had him thrown into prison in a most shameful and scandalous manner, even depriving him of the means to write, and after trampling him in every way, he incriminates him for disobedience in the performance of his duties, a mere pretense, for it was that this officer refused to neglect his duty. Or allow his men to do so, by being off guard at the barracks, where it is imperative, according to all military laws, that guards should be at their post. The governor, wishing the men for his private purposes, ignored or formed a false conception of military duties, and suspended and imprisoned the captain. Of the same nature is the charge made against him of violating the royal ordinance and defying it, when he replied to the governor in words which would rather indicate respect. It is a shameful act to treat an officer of honor of his well-known character, who has the heavy responsibilities which are recognized as belonging to said captain, and are certified in the statements of the circumstances, as also a petition in which is set forth all that has occurred, and imploring that justice be shown to Captain Idarieta that he may not be stigmatized. While all that is written in these reports and certificates is true, I did not remove him from office immediately until I received the report requested from the Bishop of Michael, knowing his prudence and virtue, and that his word would be more credible than anything else concerning the situation. In the meantime, while awaiting his report, I am taking every measure to overcome the difficulties that may arise in appointing a person to act in the interim, because it seems that the need is so great that it is impossible to make any resolution in the case pending in that province, and this consideration has delayed all movements to remove him until the order for doing so is received. In our judgment, this is the more prudent course, as the aforementioned governor is so preoccupied with his private affairs, as certified in the documents of Don Arredondo, in which he mentions the barracks for lodging the soldiers, and addressing this matter falls within the responsibilities of the Viceroy of New Spain, to take the necessary precautions in due time. That in due time he takes the precautions he considers most essential, concluding with the handling of the reports, and opting for the less scandalous means to depose the governor of Florida, Don Francisco Moral Sanchez, As he has not been forewarned of what is about to happen, it seems uncertain which is the best means to adopt. We will therefore consider the matter more thoughtfully, proceeding in the safest and most certain way and rendering a personal account as quickly as possible. Thereafter, the council. Excellent Lord, in accordance with what your Excellency desires, and in response to the private order sent to me, requesting a report and true statement of the affairs under Governor Don Francisco Morales Sanchez, to ensure I am not held responsible for any bias, and to ascertain the truth of the excesses committed by this governor and a few other private individuals and priests, of which that garrison has written you a complaint, asking that you immediately remove the governor and appoint someone in his place, pro tem, so that your majesty, being informed, may appoint someone who is more aligned with your interests. For this purpose you sent me a blank dispatch, so that in due time, I might fill it out with the names of the elected subjects and the investigation I conducted regarding this matter. I must say that they are so strange and extraordinary, and such diverse means employed in their execution, that the accounts I hear in this garrison chill the soul and congeal the blood in one's veins. There is no way to conceal the misery and misfortune to which this garrison is subjected. With the same truthfulness, I must reveal the fact that I am absolutely certain from the reports of Engineer Don Antonio Arredondo, as an eyewitness, that all the excesses committed by this governor are strictly true as written to you and certified in a report from this garrison. The few Indians of our faith represent and express their lamentable sentiments on a paper written to you, and sent through the Reverend Bishop of Mikhail. Other certificates from priests, military men, and private individuals of that garrison, which I enclose, add to such scandalous excesses in the way that governor lives that I cannot find decent words to express it. Some of these are signed by the same priests who wrote to Don Antonio Benavides, and there are others citing what the governor has done to the captain of grenadiers, Don Felipe Iturricta, whom I sent there. Forgetting his merits and that he was a person of implicit confidence whom I trusted for his unimpeachable conduct, they have imprisoned him under scandalous circumstances, intending to take from him the command of the troops which I had placed him in charge of. He has been under the strictest surveillance, with his food being inspected, and is deprived of the ability to write for a hearing, being accused of crimes and disobedience. In my view, they have no other recourse than to create a pretext, as this officer has promptly and rightly fulfilled his duties, only displaying the usual precautions taken in regiments for various reasons. The guards cannot be excused from the barracks where the troops are stationed, which is one of the key principles of military tactics, for safety as well as for any potential incidents. The captain insisted on upholding these principles, which has led to this issue, and to the misinterpretation of duty and the claim of disobedience against him. The other accusation is of a similar nature, that he had confronted the governor. To this Captain Iturricta replied, If you were not the governor, you could not use such language to me, showing that he respected the office of governor. The governor does not seem to recognize the respect due to a man and officer of standing and distinguished character, and let me add incidentally, placed here by me as commandante of a detached body, to encourage and hold this fagged-out garrison. They should consider it an honor for such a distinguished personage to accept this position and so honorably discharge his duty. Your Majesty will understand all from the report of said captain and the testimonials stating the circumstances. I also enclose a petition from the captain in which he implores you to do him justice, a virtue so in keeping with your royal heart, and not allow an officer of his standing to remain in disgrace. I can positively assure you that had not the captain and other officers been true and faithful to their duty, they could have caused much trouble among the inhabitants. They could have caused significant issues among the inhabitants of this garrison due to this unjust act. Although I have reported all the abuses allegedly committed by the current governor of Florida, you should appoint someone with experience and good conduct to replace him. I hope your Majesty will forgive me for troubling you on this matter, and that you will examine this issue impartially. I am attempting to investigate everything that has been said about this situation and all the commands I have received in this important responsibility. I am trying to delve into the root of the problem. I am proceeding carefully, assessing the situation, and attempting to address the issues discreetly, so that I can provide you with the name of a suitable individual who can temporarily fulfill that role. From all the information I have gathered, it seems urgent that you remove this man, in order to restore your vassals' confidence in your Majesty and the responsibilities I uphold. The engineer, Don Antonio Arredondo, assures me that no other ex. The engineer, Don Antonio Arredondo, assures me that no other action can be taken while the current governor is so absorbed in his own personal interests, as you may infer from the last chapter, regarding the barracks for housing the 100 men. It is evident that without the persistent efforts of Engineer Arredondo, they would have been sent back to that kingdom. All of this has been reported to the Viceroy of Mexico so that he may take the necessary precautions. Having tackled the issue of having the governor removed, I am uncertain about what would be best to do next for your Majesty's interests, but I will act as I judge to be best and as circumstances allow. May God preserve you, Juan Francisco Horcasitas.
And that's the game from 1680 to 1698 as far as letters, primaries, that's going from St. Augustine to the King of Spain, or that's going to Spain. But within those letters in that time frame, we find it again, Santa Catalina to Africa, but this time they called it the town of Africa. And they talk about how all these Indians that they're enslaving and doing these raids, as far as that's coming from the north, as far as the English, is taking these folks to Barbados. Now within these last, these last little letters was just giving you an idea of what was going on in St. Augustine area That's why I'm going to go into this next story on Jonathan Dickinson. And I just find it, with me listening to this story, and I'm going to kind of get more deeper and involved into that story. But it was very difficult for them to go up north. And I just find it interesting that it's not difficult for black people to be involved with these people, but everybody else is having a hard time with these people. And also, which I'm gonna touch as far as early in the game, going back to Menendez, which I ain't gonna touch on that tonight, but how within that same area, you know, that I'm supposed to get at the ISIS, how they already been having kids and been dealing with the black folks before he even got over there. You know, they just try to run it off as saying, oh, well, these are just, but they ain't saying in the primaries, but you know, that's just when you bring the information to the people, them it's just some runaways that was from the expeditions that had went to Florida. But it was only a couple expeditions that had went to Florida. It was only a couple, in particular within those areas. We're gonna do a deep dive into that, but I'm fit to get into this Jonathan Dickinson. We got Seduction Dog getting them calls coming through. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to kind of go deep into that game with the governor during that time frame. But it's definitely out there. Man, make sure that you pulled up and rolled up before to get into this next little get down. Switch up this beat. But you know, the main narrative is Indian, Indian, Indian. But the folks really don't look at it as really from 1492 all the way up to really, I would say until fucking the early 1800s, 1776, that Europe really didn't even look at the New World as America. They looked at it as India, West India. They looked at it as West India. They looked at this as India. When you look at the decree and you look at these primaries, the king is calling this land over here India. He's not calling it America. He's calling it India. A lot of people in Europe didn't recognize it as America. What I tell you, the inhabitants that's found over here get the terminology as Indian or Aboriginal. That's found by the Europeans. They can tell the difference between the black people from over here and the black people that's fresh over here because of the different language, the dress, and what they're eating, their diet, the whole culture. And plus, it's a secret. You know why it's a secret about black people over here? Because that's money. You're not fit to let the world know where to come get this money at. That's why a lot of maps and a lot of manuscripts was depressed, hidden, suppressed. I mean, because you got to put out a certain narrative, just like now, 2025. You look at the main media, it's certain narratives that got to be pushed to persuade people to think and feel a certain way so they'll be able to spend their money. Peep dog. Before we get into this John Dickerson, not John, but Jonathan Dickerson story, which is coming from a book that's supposed to be the first English book that's written about the inhabitants of Florida, published in 1699. But we first to find out in this video right here that in this 1699 that's published, the original manuscript, they left out a lot of things within the original manuscript that was written in 1696. That's why I was letting that last part play out, just kind of giving a background and an idea of what's going on in the St. Augustine area, because it's like I say, they had a shipwreck and like the central Florida, bottom central, not the bottom, but not the central really. And they had to walk from there all the way up to Charleston. And they had a difficult time. And I just find it very interesting that they say that by what's that, 1818, 1821, 1823, whenever they had the Treaty of Moultrie Creek. And before that, in the 1790s, when they talking about Black Indian villages and Black Indian towns, multiple towns, and multiple places where it's hundreds of these people within these different towns and areas scattered all through Florida. And they saying that all these people are the runaways that come from Georgia and South Carolina, and they was just able just to get along so good with the Indians, where they was just speaking the language, they was just not getting disrespected, having kids with the women. in possession of Indians, chiefs, war chiefs. The cause of the Second Seminole War, they say, is basically the whole Seminole War, not just the Second Seminole War, the first, second, third is the Negro War, which been the war since 1597. Which these people have been shipped off to Barbados and to Cuba. And they want us, and they want me to believe that these people all came from Georgia, South Carolina, and came down. Then nobody slap them. Then nobody scalp them. They was just able to come down and integrate good with the people that's already down here. That's the savages. That's big tripping with English and basically just tripping with white people. If you white, they tripping. But they was just able to learn the language, come down and integrate so good. No. These people already been over here, found over here. And it's part of the culture of America, which during the time, which why a nigga stressing Indian, it's because for hundreds of years, probably more than it being recognized as American, it was recognized as India, West India. It's in the primary to where they call the land India. Coming from the king. Man, hold up. Hoe up, roll up.
Jesse Ball DuPont Fund, and by
the historic Ross
Ways. Welcome to Florida Frontiers, presented by It's more than. Imagine being in a large sailboat that has been separated from its convoy and gets caught in a violent storm. Your ship wrecks on Florida's coast. It's more than 3 centuries ago, so the nearest city is St. Augustine, which is more than a 200-mile walk away. Between here and there are groups of native people who you believe might be cannibals and could consume you and your family at any time. In 1696, a ship called the Reformation wrecked on the southeastern coast of Florida near Jupiter Inlet. A man named Jonathan Dickinson was among the castaways. Welcome to Florida Frontiers, presented by the Florida Historical Society. I'm Ben Brotmarkle. First published in 1699, Jonathan Dickinson's journal has become a valuable resource for historians, archaeologists, ethnographers, and literary scholars.
So in the fall of 1696, Dickinson, along with a couple dozen other people, including a Quaker missionary, his wife, his infant child, half a dozen or so sailors, and 10 or so enslaved Africans, shipwreck in southeast Florida. Amongst the Hobe Indians, who are a subsidiary of the larger group, the Ais Indians. And they spend several months on foot.
Excuse me. Now, when you say Africans, I'm still debating that because they coming from Jamaica, and I got a whole nother build about that. That's that's wicked, big wicked. So just because you're saying Africa don't mean they African. It's a lot of, just like I say, it's a lot of maroons running around there that been there, and they say they been there, and they people say they been there. But we're gonna keep it going though.
Amongst the Hobe Indians, who are a subsidiary of the larger group, the Ais Indians. And they spend several months on foot, in boat, being passed along through different groups from Jupiter Island up to St. Augustine. With the help of the Spanish, they're escorted from the main Ais village to St. Augustine and then prepare for the second leg of the journey, taking them from St. Augustine to English, South Carolina, and then ultimately in Philadelphia. So within the journal, Dickinson recounts not only their experience as captives, but also the nature of society in these various different indigenous communities and their relationship with the Spanish and the larger Atlantic world.
Jonathan Dickinson was a late 17th century Quaker merchant. He came from a fairly wealthy Quaker family, a plantation-owning family in Jamaica of English descent. And at the time when the journal was written, or shortly before the journal was written, he was in the process of traveling by ship from Jamaica with a convoy of other English ships in order to eventually make his way up to Pennsylvania. With he had his wife, his child, some family members, a lot of materials in the ship, as well as it doesn't get talked a lot, but he owned, enslaved people, and so he had 10 people that he was transporting as well, in the hopes of starting plantations up in Pennsylvania, which he did.
After the shipwreck, he and his party, those who survived, managed to get to Philadelphia, and the Society of Friends, who are better known as Quakers. And that was wonderful because Fox, one of the founders, and this story may be apocryphal, but when an Episcopalian minister told him, you need to be more rational in your worship, you want your followers to quake before God, and he embraced that, said, yes, we are Quakers, and they adopted the Quakers. But the Quakers have a memory of them as very liberal in their philosophy. And he got to Philadelphia. So the shipwreck occurred in 1696. He got to Philadelphia, and the journal was edited. There's still a lot of debate about who is most responsible for the final product, but it was published in 1699.
We first to get at that journal right there. Yeah, we first to get at that. I'm gonna point out a couple of things, and then I'm gonna go on and hear the game from whenever they get to St. Augustine and travel up to Charleston. It's basically they're gonna be talking about that side of Catalina, the Africa area. And it's just gonna give a description of kind of what's going on during that time. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we're gonna get at that though for sure.
Responsible for the final product, but it was published in 1699, and it became an enormous bestseller. It was one of the most important books in the colonies and also back in England.
How he wrote a journal, it's after the fact. So he's recalling all these facts because, one of the first things you learn in the book is that the Native Americans took basically everything from them multiple times. They would go from one village and they would lose everything. They would be given something. They'd go to the next village and they'd lose it all again. So he's not walking and keeping pen, quill, and vellum dry and capable at the time. So it's really a recollection of what's happening along the way.
Dickinson shipwrecks in 1696 in Florida, midway on a journey between Jamaica and Philadelphia. And in the 1690s, things were pretty difficult in Jamaica. There's a fair amount of unrest and political uncertainty that was compounded by some natural disasters, particularly an earthquake in 1692 and a French invasion in 1694. So in the 1690s, the family looked to.
Why they use that picture right there? Why he use that picture right there? Excuse me. Why did the historians, people doing deep dives, years of research, why they use this image right here talking about the Maroons in Jamaica? I think I could be reaching. I could be reaching.
French invasion in 1694. So in the 1690s, the family looked to kind of expand their interests economically. And Dickinson, along with his other brother Caleb, left Jamaica for two different locations. Caleb went to England, and Dickinson, on his way, shipwrecks in Florida to Philadelphia, where they were trying to establish reciprocal trade relationships to support their plantations there on the island. And having shipwrecked in Florida, and ultimately surviving and making it to Philadelphia at the interest of the Society of Friends, they asked him to record the events that are published in our journal here.
You know, he was probably keeping a ship's log before the wreck, and some of that may have been salvaged, but certainly while he was traveling, these, couple of months, that he would not have been able to keep a daily log, even though that's sort of how it's presented. So he most likely wrote it or dictated it to someone else upon arriving in St. Augustine.
And there were lots and lots of captivity narratives at the time. They had actually started with captivities by mostly Europeans among the Moors, and among the British was Brits who had been captured by the Spanish and forced to work on their ships, and then it escaped. But the captivity narrative goes really back to much earlier, and it continues on. It's always been a very popular theme. In the 19th century, it evolved, and the focus became much more on women being captive, and that's carried over into the 20th century. And today we have works like The Handmaid's Tale and Orange is the New Black, which are really modern variations of that captivity narrative.
So Dickinson's account of his time in South Florida is simply the only English source we have regarding the indigenous people there. Now, there are a handful of Spanish accounts from Pedro Menendez Ford, but they're very brief at best. And so Dickinson's account is a sustained account that talks not only about their experiences, but more importantly, the nature of the Ais, their civilization, their relationships with each other, both internally, but also the relationships externally with other groups and the wider Atlantic world, particularly the Spanish in St. Augustine.
The captivity narrative was actually married to the shipwreck narrative, and those are two of the archetypes.
The shipwreck narrative. That's the narrative that I found. I'm telling you, they put in this shipwreck narrative and was placing it on the Black people within the areas and was justifying the reason why they was finding Black people in America. He just pointed it out. These are certain narratives that they got to put out to be able to persuade a crowd about certain characters within the story, even though it's true stories, but they got to persuade and they got to narrate. The shipwreck, all the Maroons. I tell you, they tried to put the shipwreck on the people from Panama 1513. They called them pirates. They said they was Ethiopian pirates that shipwrecked. The same thing they said about the Black people in Ecuador. right there by the equator, talking about a shipwreck. And even you got the Mexicans spitting game and saying, hold on. Yeah, they talking about them black shell. Now I'm gonna get at that picture that Sean P had put out talking about about that black getting hung in Mexico City. I'm gonna prove that that's a Aboriginal, that's a Indian from a right here in the 1530s. And even the people in Mexico saying, yeah, the people came through on the ship, but they ain't got the story. They ain't even got the document. Now it may be somewhere ducked off in Seville, just like we just got done listening to those primaries before this. They've been ducked off in Seville for 3 centuries. Bring that back to shipwreck narrative and the captured narrative.
Archetypal was actually married to the shipwreck narrative. And those are two of the archetypal stories. And shipwreck narrative goes back to the Odyssey, Shakespeare's Tempest, Robinson Crusoe, Defoe's most famous novel. And today we have Tom Hanks in Castaway and Matt Damon in The Martian as modern versions of that shipwreck. And marrying the two of them gave this a double punch for the audience.
What I'm really fascinated to learn about is the wrecking, the practice of wrecking the ships, how Yega and many other, Florida indigenous people were really adapted to having these spoils, of very exotic European goods washed onto their shores. They readily incorporated these goods into their own indigenous systems of trade and tribute and moved them around the state. And we see that with the Reformation, Jonathan Dickinson's ship, which after removing the goods that they wanted from the ship, the Yega then basically burnt it down to the waterline. The indigenous people on this coast at the time were very politically savvy. They knew who the English were, they knew who the Spanish were, they knew that someone was going to come looking for a ship when there was a shipwreck.
The discussion of the Native Americans, of course, they had no voice. We only know them through interpretation. We have nothing from them. And they were an enormous community at the time. And Dickinson and his party spent their initial time with the Yega, and then they were passed up to other communities. And so much of what we know about the indigenous people comes from this and some of the other captivity narratives. But so of course, we're seeing it all through a European lens, and in this case, an English lens.
In 2023, a newly edited version of Jonathan Dickinson's journal was published with fresh perspectives from Amy Turner Bushnell and Jason Daniels. The book contains an additional contribution from Gerald T. Milanich. Most intriguing is that the book contains previously unpublished material that Dickinson wrote in 1696. That material was cut from the journal that was published in 1699. That previously unpublished material was only recently discovered by Jason Daniels, buried in an archive.
I first came across Dickinson's journal as an undergraduate student, and once I went into graduate school, I wanted to pursue understanding what happened on either side of the journal. What was his life like in Jamaica, and then what happened to him and everybody else after this harrowing experience. And Dickinson ultimately settles in Philadelphia and then dies there in 1722.
He wanted the top 24 guys of Philadelphia. in Southeast. The Southeast prospect of the city of Philadelphia. He number 6 on the list. Big boy in the game.
So a lot. Dickinson ultimately settles in Philadelphia and then dies there in 1722. So a lot of his personal records are archived at the Historical Society of Pennsylvania. And so I began my research there, and I was very interested in not only his personal experiences, but also the nature of trade between Philadelphia and Jamaica at the turn of the 18th century. And as I was researching, I stumbled across what was a miscatalogued manuscript copy of God's Protection.
Miscatalog. They tried to miss it. They in there miscataloging shit. They in there miscataloging shit. Shout out to this guy that did a real deep dive. That did a crazy deep dive. And we gonna listen. He gonna say some crazy shit. He just ain't gonna flat out just say what the fuck we saying, but he's saying he gonna say some crazy shit that ain't gonna really. Man, let me let this nigga talk.
Providence, the actual published account of Dickinson's narrative. What was fascinating about that, the actual then miscatalogued manuscript copy of God's Protecting Providence, the actual published account of Dickinson's narrative. What was fascinating about that account is that it was drastically different than what we thought to be the only source on the shipwreck in the people of South Florida. Certain things had been rearranged, other things had been cut.
Some that they thought that they just discovered in the 2000s because shit is mislabeled within the archives. And niggas saying that niggas is tripping when niggas is saying, hold on, we really gotta look at this because we just ain't believing anything that they saying. Niggas saying we tripping. Even though, because you know they try to depend on science. Science change every day. What I just showed, what they just said, what they found, the new skull and bone. It ain't in East Africa no more. They say it's North Africa, Northwest Africa on top of that, right by Spain. Try to put it more closer to them. And it was over 100,000 years. I mean, 100 million. What? It was something like 100,000 years more than what they said that was in East Africa. So do they believe that? I also seen that they had came with they say the oldest footprint found on Earth is in Scotland. They say they found the old footprint at a dig site. And they say that's the oldest human footprint on Earth. But I don't say human, but all that Homo sapien, all that old type shit. They say the oldest now is in goddamn Scotland. Are they believing that? I don't see them doing no pushback. I don't see them do no deep dives into pushing back on their information. But they fighting real hard. You know what I'm saying? They fighting real hard against niggas over here in America where information being suppressed and misclassified. And then they just try to say, and it's and the more I'm looking at this, it's almost turning out that whenever the Americas had took over, as far as people calling themselves Americas in North America, and they started kind of really making moves and winning wars against the British, that's when the term really started kind of sticking around the world. You understand? You understand what I'm saying right now? What I'm saying is that from 1492 all the way up to probably 1812, 1776, from 1776, until they probably got a little bit more established, the world didn't know this land in America by America. It was India, West India. People got to understand that. This is from 1492 all the way up to, let's say, 1792. So from 1792 up to 2092, that's 300 years. Before that 300 years, it done been called India longer than damn America. As far as within the big boys' eyes in Europe and around the world that's doing big trade. Now, definitely in Spain, they calling this motherfucking India, West India. That definitely in Spain. Now, I'm gonna have to find out exactly with the French and with the English and with the Dutch. Well, I ain't even gonna say this Dutch. I'm just gonna stay with the English, with the Britons and the French, because they came chasing after Spain did it. As far as coming over here plundering, pirates. The nigga in Spain, the motherfucking king in Spain called them niggas pirates. North America was built on pirates. Understand me. From Florida to Boston is built on pirates. Understand me. The ones in the South just kept the game going just a little bit longer. As far as that type of thinking. That's why they got the X. That's why they got the X on the Confederate flag. Because on their ships, majority of them, on their ships, on how they came up, the big boys, their grandpas and great grandpas and their people that really put them on, the names they're standing on, had the goddamn pirate flags with the goddamn bone and cross. That was their flag whenever they touch down and they take the land. You had to have your flag on some motherfucking gang banging shit. You had to say, nigga, what set you from? Whenever you put it down, nigga, you scream out your set. The same thing these niggas was doing. See, it get crazy. We gonna put it all together in the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine Talks.
Some things you could say, Florida. Certain things had been rearranged, other things had been cut. Some things you could say were censored by the Society of Friends or the Quakers who first published the journal in 1699. And so what's new and exciting is a rich kind of trove of ethnographic material, as we would call it now, that was excised before publication, and also some discussion about the various competing interests of different parties amongst the castaways. Fascinating new stuff.
The new material offers a lot of insights into more of the daily life of the journey from this area, the village of Hove, up to St. Augustine. There's more ethnographic detail that perhaps wouldn't have been interesting or deemed important to the Quaker audience, that the later manuscript was clearly heavily edited and made for, as a religious manual, basically on how to, have enough faith that you're going to survive the cannibals of Florida. In the new, older manuscript, the 1696 one, which presumably is more authentic, it ends at St. Augustine, unlike the earlier one. And so that has led the authors to question whether a lot of the ethnographic material recalled by Dickinson was because of the Spanish interest in learning about the ice. So they may have really been kind of intensively into
Hold on. Let me bring that back real quick. Hold on, because she
faith.
because she really gonna spill the beans. She gonna spill the beans. He kind of gonna ride the fence a little bit, but she gonna spill the beans.
Gonna survive the cannibals of Florida. In the new, older manuscript, the 1690.
Now y'all need to try to get that. I'm gonna try to get that. It's gonna be some good game within that. It's some good game within that. If you can get that, definitely get this right up right here. It's some good game. Some good game. You know what I'm saying? They put in the manuscripts that ain't found within what we fix to really get down with the 1599. And then if you ever do get that, please put that out or send that to me so I can do a build on that, because I'm trying to get it. But if you get it before me, send it to me so I can go on and put it out there. You know what I'm saying? But if I get it, I'm gonna put it out there. But I'm just saying, if you get it, whoever get it first, do a build on it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some good game in there for real though.
6-1, which presumably is more authentic. It ends at St. Augustine, unlike the earlier one. And so that has led the authors to question whether a lot of the ethnographic material recalled by Dickinson was because of the Spanish interest in learning about the ice. So they may have really been kind of intensively interviewing him about the ice.
The new material gives us, I think, a more realistic insight of what was going on. So the journal itself, the original version that we all have read and known, and it's kind of sanitized. It's kind of.
Now we first to get the sanitized version. Whenever they get done with this, we're gonna get into the sanitized version, and I'm gonna kind of point out some of the stuff that they talking about that may be wiped and swiped, and we're gonna have to look at. But just like I said, we're gonna also look at exactly what they put out also, because it's some good game within there.
I don't want to say whitewash, because it's really not whitewash, but it's an idealized version of what Quaker life and ideals were supposed to be. The new journal kind of shows a different reality, and that's critically important. It also gives quantifications, which
Critically important. So when I be pointing out, yeah, niggas was found in America. Niggas was found over here. When I'm pointing it out, oh, it's pseudo, woo, 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 woo. Now, it didn't go to because I was on the True Historian channel, and he obviously he Pan-African, and I respect them for the simple fact they black. I fuck with the black shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm a black nigga, I fuck with it like that. You know what I'm saying? Even though these niggas be on some Pan-African shit. But if the niggas is over here in America, and them niggas can't even connect themselves back to Africa. I know that them, you know what I'm saying? It's still, you know what I'm saying? But them is still my niggas, in a sense. So, you know what I'm saying? I tap into everybody to try to get some game, because everybody is spitting game. And I fuck with the True Historian, even though that I go against a lot of what he put out. And a lot of what he say, I question everything. But I fuck with him because he got good information. You know what I'm saying? It's some stuff that I can't refute. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to True Historian, and shout out to everybody that try to put out some information to try to find out exactly what the fuck going on, and fuck all the bitch ass niggas that be running away from the motherfucking information in the game, that be dancing around and shit, nigga. Stand in the paint, nigga. Knock niggas out or get knocked out, nigga. That's how we coming. Niggas be motherfucking scared to motherfucking talk to niggas. Motherfucking scared to motherfucking nigga. Fuck it, nigga. What's up, nigga? Drop the game.
For an critically important. It also gives quantifications, which for an archaeologist is very important. So where the original journal is saying, oh, we had this and this and this, the new references are saying, well, we had 14 of this, 6 of that, 7 of these. That's critical information for historians and archaeologists. So it's an amazing find.
So Dickinson records all types of things, from familial relationships, ceremonial actions, the nuances.
And when we looking at this, hold on, let me take this off real quick. So you see this name. So you see this name right here, the Sartorius. Man, I think that's what, you know, when I kind of fell back, you know what I'm saying, from listening to A1, you know what I'm saying, when niggas kind of got into it and shit. And bap and shit, you know what I'm saying? That nigga kind of fell back from listening to niggas, but it's like I said, I really didn't even really know too much about the nigga A1 too much shit, but the shit that he do come with, the nigga be kind of doing some deep dives to some shit, and I respect that fact, you know what I'm saying, that the nigga do, you know what I'm saying, becoming some shit that a nigga kind of ain't really heard before. And I think that he be saying, because he be saying that his people's in Florida, or he got land in Florida or something like that. His people come from Florida. And the Seminoles, just like I say, shit, that's where I'm coming from, you know what I'm saying? And it's like I say, we the kind of like the last fight that kind of got pushed up out of that motherfucking, got pushed to Oklahoma and shit, right? But, man, I was hearing them saying that he was the, you know, Sartorius or whatever this, you know, tribe is called down there in that area. And, you know, what we just got done kind of hearing as far as them primaries, them letters back and forth, especially them first letters going from 1680 to 1685, they talking about these people, or they're kind of in the same kind of, in a sense, with the Sartorius, as far as them is like it's Timakuas. It's a certain branch within the Timakuas. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I say, I'm gonna go on there. It's gonna be some more game. I'll be able to put some more light on that, because these were the people, or which I think that you know, these is black people, for the fact that, you know, they call in this area, south of Catalina to Africa, they call in this area, you know what I'm saying, this, you know, these African terms the same way. And we also got to look at this as that they is discovering, they is in explore and discover mode during these times. So they getting certain people in certain areas labels as far as African terms. And that's why I say that, because they say that these drawings right here really ain't the true drawings, as far as these people really ain't what the people look like. But as far as the name of the people, when I go right here to the name, and it's a Taurus, they talking about them peoples whenever I'm gonna bring you this game. I don't know if this weekend or next week, where we gonna get into the primaries of the French. Whenever they first touched down and whatever they said about the peoples and about them building Fort Carolina and them building up their area and using those people. That's why when I had showed that picture and I had did that first little build on Santa Catalina to Africa and I had that picture, you know what I'm saying, where they had the black Indians that was building up that fort. That's a picture that was drawn, and the dude got the information from a dude that was already over there that was a Frenchman. And he drew it the way that he drew it. And just like I say, certain documentation, certain drawings, and certain literatures and manuscripts were suppressed to not put out to the public because they didn't want certain people coming up with schemes to be, you know what I'm saying, going in and messing up the money. As far as, okay, if they hearing that it's gold over here, if they got a map, if it's a map, but then everybody can see the map and they got this map, they saying, well, the gold is over here. Everybody gonna be rushing over there to go get the gold. So they had to cut certain shit out as far as maps and all certain shit and certain terminologies and saying that certain people is in certain area because black people at one time was like fucking gold as far as the slavery, as far as they already looked at the people. If you looked a certain way and you was the ancient, you was part of the ancient people that was supposed to be flooded out during the during the flood that wiped out everybody. That's why I'm saying you also got to put their little religion thoughts over it, and because the religion world ran the shit at this time, they the one that's funding everybody during this time frame. The church is funding everything. They the big boys in the game. They the ones that's funding the damn kings. In which we finding out that all the different kings and all the different people that was powerful within those areas was damn near related. But they got their counsel from the goddamn church. But let me stop rambling and scrambling. Make sure that you pull up and roll up. You know, I'm so glad that you showed up. To comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
All types of things, from familial relationships, ceremonial actions, the nuances of communication between different groups. He also talks about bitter infighting that almost tore the castaways apart, that is cut out from the journal. He talks about enslaved peoples using kind of the subversion of the normative social order for their own agency and elevation within that system.
Said that the slaves, so what he's saying right there, he's saying that the African slaves within the main manuscript, the one from 1696, is saying that the black people is using their juice because once they get captured by the Indians within their area, the ISIS, that the black Indians, or I said black Indians, but I'm gonna say the black Indians, what they saying is the black slaves, and saying that they was using their juice to be able to influence the Indians. Now we gotta look at this and we gotta say, hold on, how is some damn niggas that they trying to say it's supposed to be like the Europeans, because the Europeans supposed to brought all the black people over here. So we supposed to be on the same field as them. Matter of fact, we supposed to be behind them because we slaves. How is the people that's already over here showing us more respect than the people with the money? Than the so-called masters? How they showing us more respect and fucking with us more and not disrespecting us more than them during this time frame. I'm saying because the people was already over here and the people already had a damn connection with the people. The people speak the same damn language, they dress the same, and they eat the same. And then if they did come across some damn people that was from Africa, it was just reminding them of the people that was already over here. They look. This is in the 1690s. This is looked at as India. People got to understand this is not looked at as America at this time that we talking about right now. And I ain't saying this is India over there. This is West India. This is what they called it. The same way we calling it America right now. And their eyes over there, the big boys in Europe was calling this India, West India. That's why when we look at that one map, when they say, well, shit, nigga, the West Indies go from goddamn Virginia all the way down to North South America. And that's on the damn English map. So that's why I say the motherfuckers in Europe, because everybody in Europe from English, French, Spain, they all looked at this like India. We just looked at the primary on the decree where the king said in India. Man, you gotta understand the game, man. I'm trying to give you the game, but just bring it back. You probably get it though.
Really kind of expanding upon a complicated narrative in ways that make us think more critically about who's telling the story, how they're telling it, and what narrative they're trying to tell to that audience.
In the 1696 manuscript, we learn about that some of the Englishmen were really, and some of them I think were from the shipwreck of the Nanwich, but were really acting out, really, I think they just thought they were going to die and were going to have a good time in the meantime. You know, I'd always heard how, of course, the Dickinsons were, for good reason, in fear of their lives. It was an extremely scary, very uncomfortable, very unpleasant journey. But in terms of of them being, say, starved, you find accounts of that the ice actually stopped giving the party fish because certain members of the party, certain of the Englishmen, would just steal so much fish from the ice themselves, and then it would rot. And so the ice were basically, no, we're not going to give you guys any more fish.
In the script that we're gonna read, it's gonna seem like that they suffering. So was they being taken care of the whole time? Or was they suffering? See, we gotta look at this and we gotta understand that sometimes within these stories they put certain narratives out, and it may be not true at all, to where it was a bad deal, to where, all right, yeah, these motherfuckers just tripping down here. They cannibals, they eating people, woo, 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 woo. On the back end, these people is the exact opposite. So what's true? What's really true?
And then it would rot. And so the ice were basically, no, we're not going to give you guys any more fish. That's in the older manuscript. That's left out of the newer one.
This shaped the way the Quakers viewed this book and was part of the motive in wanting to publish it. And that was that it encapsulates the journey motif, probably the most fundamental archetype of literature. And it's deeply influenced by what was the most important book in the colonies after the Bible. John Bunyan,
The most important book. We first to get into the most important book right after the Bible in the colonies during that time.
is Pilgrim's Progress, where Christian goes through a series of harrowing adventures before finally achieving salvation. And it's the same model as in Dickinson's journal.
There was an account in the older manuscript of an enslaved woman named Sarah who made friends with the Ice King and really made life more difficult for the
How did the damn slave come in and make friends with the damn king? They say the slaves come in on the boats, nigga. They in their own spit and shit and piss. They look crazy. How the damn king of these people is so cool with her to where they making they, as far as making the English life miserable because of what she's saying. But they don't put that in what we first to get down on. That's why I say, man, if y'all can get that one book, man, get that, because there's going to be some good game in there. Because they put out the info that wasn't put out, that was not put in the 1699 book from the 1696 manuscripts. Man, what's up, man? Did we just go over some primaries that they say that was hidden for the last 3 centuries in Seville?
of an enslaved woman named Sarah who made friends with the Ice King and really made life more difficult for the Dickinson party than it would have been otherwise. And that's a really amazing story that blew my mind when I read it. And that's left out of the more recent, more sanitized version. So some of those behaviors, I think,
blew her mind. Yo ho po ho. You know what they yo ho po ho. If you been tapped in, yo ho po ho is that maroon talk. That's that chant. Niggas say black people found in America. Niggas say nah. Start presenting shit. Niggas still gonna say nah. But this is only for the trail, dog. Yeah, this book gonna live long in the game. The book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine. Tap in.
that wouldn't have been more difficult for the Dickinson party than it would have been otherwise. And that's a really amazing story that blew my mind when I read it. And that's left out of the more recent, more sanitized version. So some of those behaviors, I think, that wouldn't have been, that gave a glimpse of really real life and people really trying to survive, but it wasn't really palatable for Quaker consumption at the time.
Well,
Not compatible for Quaker assumption. They gotta sell this to their audience. And matter of fact, it ain't even about the sell. It's about shaping their minds. But they ain't gonna tell the whole truth. Just a white little lie ain't gonna hurt. They're not gonna tell the whole truth. They're not gonna give up the game. That's how America is built. Is by not giving up the game, being secretive. What they say, the game can't be told, the game gotta be sold. That's how it is over here. That's the philosophy and the culture of pirates. But they try to make it sound educational because they started Harvard. The pirates started Harvard. Pirates started the universities over here. Pirates. They try to cover it up. Skull and crossbones.
Title
really palatable for Quaker consumption at the time.
Well, the title of the book is God's Protecting Providence. And so the idea is that if good Quakers are well reasoned and put their faith into God, they will be, brought out of any dire circumstance. And so the journal tends to highlight the disruptions caused by the shipwreck, the perceived violence, the privation, the whole shipwreck ordeal at large. And ultimately, what they're trying to illustrate, like I said, a patient and faithful Quaker will be delivered from these kind of inhumane circumstances that they're put into.
So one of the most interesting differences that I noticed between the 1696 and 1699 manuscripts was a discussion about Jonathan Dickinson's young wife, Mary, who had a 1-year-old infant who was breastfeeding. And we know from the previous accounts that she was having trouble producing the milk, and sometimes the Indigenous woman would help her breastfeed. And in the account we already knew at one point he talks about how there was a Indigenous woman who recently had a baby and could not produce milk, and he basically says that despite Mary's ill health and everything else, that she almost demanded that Mary share her milk with her baby, and Mary consented to this finally. In the older manuscript, we find a really kind of touching story about Mary going out in the Shell Mound barefoot. Her feet are destroyed from this journey, to actually seek out this woman who she knows has a baby who's hungry. She walks over to her cottage and calls out to her and says, please let me feed your baby. So that's a really stark difference about something, really basic and really human. And I don't know if that was changed just because maybe it would seem indecent to some Quaker readers for Mary to have offered herself in that way. I don't know, but that really was a amazing difference.
Well, the interesting
They had to switch up the game to once again appease the audience. Yeah, we gonna listen to the first book that's talking about the people, but they ain't giving the main manuscript. The main manuscript didn't get discovered until here recently. And the man that found it said it was misclassified.
But that really was a amazing difference.
Well, the Andrews and Andrews is the definitive text up until this point. Is the only scholarly treatment of Dickinson's journal ever to be published. And it's not that Amy and I have better questions; it's that we have new questions. The way we understand colonial America has changed. The paradigms that we examine, such as the Atlantic world and indigenous interactions with Europeans.
Everything changed from this one manuscript. Everything changed. We're going to get into these primaries that they... Man, hold on. This shit crazy. Hold on. Hold up.
We have new questions. The way we understand colonial America has changed. The paradigms that we examine, such as the Atlantic world and indigenous interactions with Europeans, are different. And so I think we come at it from not a better angle, but a fresh angle that speaks to the concerns of historians in the 21st century. How do people interact? How does that inform international relationships? How does that inform how we understand indigenous politics? How do we understand early American publishing, censorship, just the nature of examining documents, every 70 years is important. Re-examining those things from different angles provides new perspective and elevates narratives that may have been intentionally or unintentionally silenced through the past generations of historical research.
So Bushnell and Daniels really deserve kudos. They've done a fantastic job on the book. what's so important about it, and especially the new information that they found, is it's really the only descriptions we have in Southeast Florida. There's a few others, but really we don't have the people here that were present in other places of the state. So we don't have these great descriptions of what the Native American life was like. So as an archaeologist, we read this journal over and over and over again, trying to extract as much information or insights or even inferences that we can make regarding his travels through the area.
We always have to reinterpret the past through our new experiences, through our new sets of values, the way we have found more material, and we've redefined the way the world is. The world that I live in, the world I taught in, was radically different at the end of my career from the beginning of my career. It had become much more diverse. Students had changed their value systems to a great extent. They were much more sophisticated. They had far more knowledge about some of the most extraordinarily abstruse subjects that they could bring into play. And they had a whole different vision of the world. And I think that becomes really important. There was an abstract expressionist artist who was doing an interview with students from NYU. And at one point, the students asked him, "How does the past influence you?" He paused and said, "The past does not influence me. I influence it." And he meant that we can't look at Renaissance art after having seen Picasso and Dali without their shaping the way we see Renaissance art. In much the same way, we can't read Civil War history without understanding where we now are and what's happened since that period. And so I think one of the things that is a special virtue about new editions is they bring new knowledge, but they also force us to reread it. And in rereading it, we can rethink it.
The new edition of Jonathan Dickinson's journal, or God's Protecting.
If we can reread it, we can rethink it. And they saying I'm tripping. And they saying I'm tripping. They saying that all the black people in America, they're saying, hold on. No, my nigga, I ain't from Africa. My peoples ain't from Africa. We right from here. We ain't got nothing going back to Africa with us that's linking us like that. Hold on. We questioning everything and we doing deep dives into the past. And when we present it, it's just so much dancing. It's just so much dancing that they can do. But this is just another dagger. This is just another dagger in the game. Hold on.
But they also force us to reread it. And in rereading it, we can rethink it.
Plus, the man said that history don't change me. I change history. That's what we doing over here in the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine. We putting the real history going forward from 2025 going live that been mislabeled and misprinted from 1492 up to 2025 and going forward. We correcting everything. But the only way you can see the game is if you pulled up or rolled up. Yeah, this is only for the adults.
New edition.
Rethinking where we now are and what's happened since. We can't read Civil War history without understanding where we now are and what's happened since that period. And so I think one of the things that is a special virtue about new editions is they bring new knowledge, but they also force us to reread it. And in rereading it, we can rethink it.
The new edition of Jonathan Dickinson's journal, or God's Protecting Providence, an early American castaway narrative, is edited by Amy Turner Bushnell and Jason Daniels with a contribution from Gerald T. Milanich. You've been watching.
Go get that. Go get that. Now we first to get into that journal, but make sure that you pull up and roll up.
Vitch Bio. This day the Indian.
Now this right here is the journal. This ain't the manuscript. This ain't the manuscript from 1696. Just like I say, you just gotta get that book. If y'all can get that, get into that, do that deep dive into that, because it's gonna be some good game into that. I'm gonna try to get that. Once I get it, I'm gonna put it out there to the folks and see how they was leaving out the game. That's a flag on the play. They talking about they trill, and then they talking about they real about the God, and they real about they religion and they spirituality, right? Nah, they fakers. They ain't even bang they set whenever they got caught up out of bounds. They said they was, you know what I'm saying, from the other side basically the whole time. Really though. On the for real though. They didn't hold it down like some of the other folks that came through and was like, nah, I'm still fista. I ain't, you know what I'm saying, I ain't turncoat. I ain't fit to switch up. And they got hung and got sprung, got done bad. Cause that's just how the game go. But what they did, they faked it. They make it, hey, it is what it is though. But now we doing a deep dive and kind of get to see a little bit. We're gonna get to see a little bit, just like I say, the 1996 manuscript they left a lot out. Are we looking at the not 19? I don't know why I'm saying 1699. We looking at the 1699 right now. But we just got done hearing that they left a lot out because it wasn't for the crowd consumption. You know, they had to paint a certain narrative. But one thing I wanted to point out that they said that the English, not the English, they said that the Indians over here had called the man a son of a bitch. Like I said, I'm gonna point out a couple of things, and then I'm gonna get to, when they got to St. Augustine, and we're gonna listen to it from when they got to St. Augustine to Charleston. You know what I'm saying? But I'm finna let this go real quick so we can hear what they was talking about. How the Indian had called the man the son of a bitch. How the damn Indians talking like that already in the 1690s. In the 1690s? Man, make sure that you pulled up and rolled up, man.
Indians were beaufy with what they had taken out of our veftel, and would have employed all of us. This day the Indians were beaufy with what they had taken out of our veftel, and would have employed all of us to do, foam one thing, foam another, for them why but we not knowing the consequence, endeavor to fly in it, and would deny their demands. But
Okay, my bad if you don't know where I'm at, because I thought it was going to do the color. But I'm in this paragraph right here. This day the Indians on the right on page 15, the second paragraph.
but foam of our men did and for their defiers in Ma. King and fewing foam cloth together, fringing our beds, mending of locks of the sheffels, carat C. Whatever they thought was amifs they would be putting upon us to mend, till we wholly refused, at which time I heard a faying, that came from one of the chief Indians, thus, English son of a bitch, which words started me carat for I did, believe they had foam of our nation in their pavilion, of whom they had heard fuch an expression, I paffed away from the wigwam with much trouble.
He couldn't understand how this nigga know how to talk like this. He called a nigga a son of a bitch. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Hold on. Another thing that I wanted to point out was whenever she was talking about oh yeah, hold on. Let me go back to the beginning real quick. Hold on. Well, let me go back to this real quick because I want to point this out also. I want to put this in the game also. Hold on. So these the folks right here. These is the characters. These is the people that was with them. And these is the Negroes, right? So you got Peter, London, Jack, Caesar, Cudjoe, Haggard, Sarah, Bella, Suzanne, Aquinas. You got an Indian girl named Venus. Okay. Now, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to make my peoples mad or nothing like this. You know what I'm saying? Because I got love for my folks. And that's on the real. So we got Cudjoe right here. That they got is CAJOE. But it's really CUJ. It's really CUDJO. You know, they got it like this right here. Now, you know what I'm saying? The reason that I'm getting at this right now is for the fact that I was looking at some stuff and I'm going to try to bring it. But, you know, this ain't the time right now, but I'm going to try to bring it what I was seeing that Cudjoe was, you know, they say that it's an African name and it's an African term. But they say, but just like I say, I've been seeing in some of the documents is that the Europeans is giving these people their name. It's like they giving the people the other names like Peter, London, Jack, and stuff like that. Caesar. They're also saying, "Oh yeah, that's Cudjoe." You know what I'm saying? Just like they're saying, "Oh yeah, that's Caesar," or yeah, that's Jack. They also that's not something that I'm finding out that was given to by the mother or by the father. about somebody in the family, that's just like, he probably got a whole nother name than what they call them. You know what I'm saying? These just like, these just their English names. You know what I'm saying? Just like you got the Asians and stuff like that, and they say they got American names, but they also got Asian names and shit like that. This what was going on back then, a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Some of my folks may be mad because I may say that, but just like I say, I'm gonna go and bring some sources where I was seeing that basically that some of the slave owners was just naming, that was the name of, that they gave them. It ain't a name that the parents came up with. You know what I'm saying? So hold on, let me get back to this.
Count in 5 over we were carried, and being landed, pound he carrot ma made fines for us to walk to the whip. Count in 5 over we were carried, and being
And that's crazy that the motherfucking that the shit don't highlight on the color and shit like it did on my other computer. That's crazy. But where I'm at right now, I'm at the top right here. I'm at the top of page 12, and I'm finna just point out the fact where they was talking about how the woman was matter of fact, I ain't even tripping on that. I ain't even tripping on that. Hold on, let me go on and get to this real quick. So we first go on and get to whenever they get to St. Augustine, and we're gonna get a, a description of St. Augustine at that time and before this. So one thing I kind of want to point out within this time is that whenever they walking from St. Augustine up to Charleston, and we got to realize that it ain't no Georgia at this time. This is 1690. Georgia didn't get going until 1730. So this 1690. So you know what I'm saying? If you read this book before they get to St. Augustine, there's big tripping going on, you know what I'm saying, as far as them dealing with different Indians. You know what I'm saying? Being passed off by different Indians. But the Indians is disrespecting them, no. Big time. You know what I'm saying? They tripping with them. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But they life on the line, you know what I'm saying? If they do one wrong thing, you know what I'm saying? But they up out of there. If they say one wrong thing, they up out of there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, behind enemy lines. That's why I was saying they didn't even say what they was really from. They were saying they were Spaniards, and they really wasn't Spaniards. And the Indians was really pressing the line on them. But the difference between that, I wanted to say that it seemed like that there was a difference once they got going north, St. Augustine, and when they was in these areas of Santa Catalina to Africa. So like south of St. Augustine was like it was a lot going on, but north it was kind of like they was like kind of putting it as like these is Indian plantations and like little shit like that, you know what I'm saying? And then they also have pointed out to where some of the Indians was a runaway. You know what I'm saying? This 1699. They call a nigga a runaway, Seminole, maroon, huh? But they ain't say maroon, they just said runaway though. But I wonder what's going on that main manuscript. And they gonna be in Santa Catalina, and what make it so funny too, also within this get down, they gonna be in Santa Catalina to Africa for a couple of days. You know what I'm saying? But they just gonna call it Santa Catalina. You know what I'm saying? Just like I say, this is just kind of like a description of the area, and it's kind of what's going on within that area. And it's like I say, we also got to look at, because they tell us that the reason that it's black Indians in Florida and all the black Indian towns in Florida, whenever they got there in the 1800s, in the early 1800s and late 1700s, as far as when the English, as far as when the North had came down and they kind of started seeing what was kind of really going on, and they was finding all these black Indians, but they trying to tell us that these is all runaways from Georgia and South Carolina. But just like how I was pointing out, that the Indian agent in the 1820s was saying, hold on, whenever I'm going to these villages, these niggas don't look like no runaways. These niggas just look like some Indians down here, as far as they moving and shaking like the Indians. You know what I'm saying? And was telling the folks, hold on, these ain't your slaves. You know what I'm saying? Was you lying about claiming these people? It was just a money grab from the government. You gotta look deep into the game.
Landed, pound he carrot ma made fines for us to walk to the Whippumsey, which we did dash carrot, but the young Indians would sem to be fright flagged, and fly from us. We were directed to a wigwam carrot, which afterwards
Hold on, let me
y/e under
get it
2
over
to be
here
them.
real quick, because it's on 64. We're going
Kajakaps, it was about a man's height to the top carrot herein was the cat. Turned it to length our people VV carrot air brought over, and afterwards came the catchvicky as soon as he came to his.
even the right page. 2 pulled up. Hold on, yeah, we right here with it. Okay, so we're gonna start on page 65, and we're gonna just gonna let this ride out. Cause it's gonna ride out. It's kind of like them coming up on St. Augustine, and it's like I say, before they come up on St. Augustine, they getting madly disrespected. Go on and read it. This is the book right here. You know what I'm saying? Go on and go get that. Good little get down. Good little read. But we gonna go on and get it going from you know what I'm saying, from page 65 all the way up to, you know what I'm saying, about 20 some pages. We're gonna get up out of here. I surely appreciate everybody tapping in, who all did tap in. We got Seduction Dog getting them calls. Appreciate that love. Make sure that you pulled up and rolled up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Now, it may sound a little, you know what I'm saying? It may not sound just all English, because, you know what I'm saying, because it's reading it. But you'll be able to see the words and stay tapped in, you know what I'm saying, on the playback or right now, you know what I'm saying? Try to listen as good as you can. You know what I'm saying? But we finna start on the 15th of the 9th month, so we on September 15th, and it's the first week. So I don't even know how that's the first week, and it's the 15th of the 9th month. That's crazy. How the hell that's the first week? The hell kind of calendar they got going on? It's the 15th of the 9th month, but it's the first week. Shit crazy. All right, we're gonna keep it lit. Hold on. Let me get this going.
TV fear beginning to
That's
blow.
why I was like, damn, nigga, where the motherfucking color at? The highlight.
BK to travel. We remained here till the mordu, but the night was FO extreme cold, that we could not reft. I th of the th month, the Eiffel of the we. This morning the Spaniards bid us prepare to travel, for they were not able to maintain us. We underila that it was 5 or u miles to Auguftin and we could not travel fo far, being agile of us lamed and f. We entreated them to let us go in a canoe but they denied us 5. We entreated for the 2 women and Robert Barrow at length we prevailed, that they food go up in a canoe for the canoe was to go, whether we went or no. While all this discourse was, came in a couple of Spaniards one being the sentinel that went with our people the day before, the other was a profan the governor had fent, with a canoe and 4 Spaniards to fetch us. This was cheerful news, for had WC gone to have traveled without a guide, we food have Perry/head. The man that came for us, brought 2 blankets, one for my wife the other for Vanekby one he feared us to be going. About a league distance from the place, he left the canoe which we parted with very unwillingly 4 foam of our people, had they had a mile further to have gone, could not have gone it. The wind still continued at north/ff and blowed very fiercely, and extreme cold it was, we had such a continual shivering, and pain in our bones, that we were in violent anguish. Our poor child was quiet, but fo black with cold, and shaking, that it was admirable how it lived. WC got to Augufine about 2 hours before night. Being put on shore, we were directed to the governor's hoof. Being got thither, WC were had up a pair of stairs, at the head whereof stood the governor, who 0 or 4 ray wife to be conduced to his wife's apart in N. J. Bickent. I and Joseph Smith went into a room, ex-vicar fee governor get us a few questions but seeing how extreme cold we were, he gave us a cup of spamj pvme and fed us into his kitchen to warm ourselves at the fire. About half an hour afterwards the governor fent for John Smith and me, and gave us a shirt and sliders, a hat, and a pair of silk stockings, telling us, he had no use to his wife's apart in N. Came to the governor's hoof, and
Oh yeah, hold up. I also got to put in there long live Lil Cudjoe because he ended up dying. I guess it was like a snowstorm or it was like a crazy little storm. I guess it was like hella cold. You know what I'm saying? Before they got to St. Augustine. And Hager, the mother of Cudjoe, had lost her. He had died in the storm. So, you know what I'm saying? Long live Cudjoe. You know what I'm saying? It's a fact.
and took futch as they were minded to quarter to Bear House, fo that Joe 5th Kiroy John Smithy I, my wife and child, lodged at the governor's hoof. All our people that came 5 JP with Joseph Kirky came to fee us. We perceived people's great kindness for they were all well clothed from head to foot, with the best the people had. Joseph Kirk began to tell us of his travel after he left us on the bay, and how that they all concluded, that they food never fee my wife and child, and rohert bar ow any more, if they did my kinsman and me, Richard Limpum and a hoof that went with him, had a
Yeah, why I say long live Cudjoe, because it's like I say, I'm tied in to King Cudjoe. Yeah, we just had the Cudjoe friendly reunion a couple of weeks ago. And shout out to the OG ladies that came with the crazy genealogy on the King Cudjoe side. I can show that connection. Oh, it's crazy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do an episode on that. I'm gonna do an episode on how I'm connected to King Cudjoe. I'm also gonna do an episode how I'm connected to Negro Abraham. I'm also gonna do an episode how I'm connected to John Horse. Hey, yeah, man, it's like I say, man, I'm motherfucking I can't get around this shit, man. This shit really crazy. You know what I'm saying? When a nigga really look at the shit. You know what I'm saying? When a nigga like me really sit back and look at it, and I say, damn, hold on. V note. All the shit a nigga like me done been through. And the shit that a nigga folks try to put a nigga up on, nigga kind of just swayed it off like, yeah. And to kind of do some deep dives into some shit, be like, damn, hold on, niggas kind of come from a crazy little line of folks, you know what I'm saying? When a nigga kind of really look back at the history of the family and shit, you know what I'm saying? When niggas really start looking back at family and shit, you know what I'm saying? Shit start to be, you know what I'm saying? The world start kind of looking different a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Start looking at this shit different. Everything is different. Nigga can't even watch a movie. Nigga can't watch nothing. Nigga can't do nothing without thinking about all the goofy ass shit that done went on. The reason why a nigga in Oklahoma, out of out of all the places in the motherfucking world, nigga in motherfucking Oklahoma, born in Oklahoma, the city, nigga, the East. You know what I'm saying? But then to see where the nigga folks coming from, once a nigga, you know what I'm saying? It's like I said, we just had the reunion, and you know, we kind of get into their history a little bit, kind of see where they coming from, what they went through. Man, it been a crazy little fight, man. It been crazy, man. Man, it's still crazy, man. Free touch hog, man. A lot of kin folks locked up. A lot of shit that niggas done got into, man. Really not even really caring about where niggas really come from, you know what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers, niggas don't give a fuck about this shit. Nigga like my little brothers and shit, niggas don't give a fuck about this shit. Nigga real gangster niggas. Not saying that niggas supposed to be gangster niggas or anything like that, but I'm just saying some niggas out here is just be doing shit, and we just be out here. Salute to everybody that be, you know what I'm saying, that's on the square end, to do the right things, you know what I'm saying, the good peoples in the family. But some of us is fucked up in the game. I ain't gonna say fucked up like that, but I'm just saying the thoughts and the type of shit that niggas be on. Nigga ain't gonna never be fucked up in the game, nigga. That's a fact. But as far as this motherfucking family history and kind of knowing history and shit, man, niggas don't give a fuck about that shit, man. But when niggas start really tapping into this shit, that's why I'm putting it out the way I'm putting it out, so the real niggas can understand it. You know what I'm saying? Niggas want me to look at this shit a certain way. Hell no, I gotta look at this shit a trail nigga shit. Why they suppressing shit? Why certain shit being hid? You know, why some people connected to Africa, why some people ain't connected. I was just talking to a nigga the other day on Truth Zone, trying to nigga said his family go back to the damn 1500s. He can take, he know exactly who his family is going back to the 1500s. I say, damn. We gonna figure it out though. Yeah, just like I said, I kind of rambled and scrambled, and I'm kind of pulled up. But on this cudgel shit, it's like I say, that's a crazy little breakdown. I'm gonna show you that breakdown. But I just have to show some love to the look. I say, damn, I seen little cudgel. I say, damn, that cudgel. But that's also another instance that's telling me that okay, he was named in America. He not coming from Africa. It ain't like he was born in Africa. He got the name Cudgel and came over. He's like he got the name over here. And it's like I was also seeing that was a name that was just kind of that was put on a nigga like Peter Jack. That was like an English name, even though they kind of using a African term in a sense. But that's just almost them saying, "Well, shit, you Ethiopian." You know what I'm saying? Not really knowing the true history in the background in the bloodline, but just saying, "Yeah, you Ethiopian," off the look of shit. Not really knowing where these people is from, man. But let me stop scrambling and rambling, man. What it do?
Clothed from head to foot. Kinthman and me, Richard Limpum Carrot and a Hof that went with him, had a hard travel for 30 hours without ceasing, in which travel, 3 of our Carrot Grows Carrot that went with them, were loft, viz. Jack Carrot Kafar and Quenza, by fitting down to ref themselves, they were in a little time lone none that they could not go, and their periflict Carrot FO that we loft 5 in that day's travel, and began to doubt, that Negro Ben Crift Alpho. Jophef Curl Fade. That he thought he ftood have loft foam of our people, in their travel from the laft Centina PS hither J for they were much tired, I'd the cold violent, and the latter part of that. Hay's journey, they wading for many miles through muck water, acid deep S Carrot N4, hills, Carrot when J came. In fight of Auguflean Carrot they stayed for boats to fetch them 5 and V Carrot hitch time FOMC were numbed with the cold. Jophef Kirk apply *D himself to the governor on our behalfs, to fend us help, for he doubted whether we were all living 5 the governor readily afflented, and forthwith fent for a profound fix for his purpose. Charging him to get a Tarago and manned, and go forthwith and fetch us, but the tide fell out, FO that H could not go till midnight, the governor was FO concerned, that he would not go to bed till they were gone J when the tide ferved, he went to the waterfied * and fa the men put off, giving them a dry charge. Solomon Crej John began to tell us of his travels from Geese Carrot having mod part of the way much rain, the Indians were very kind unto him, until they came to the Indian town where the Dutch men were killed. At which place, FOMC of Thoth Indians made * a diffcovcree of him to be no Spaniard, they fade nothing to him thereof, but were very dogged to him, giving him no food, and coughing him to lie on the ground ambushed vermine.
Now, one thing you gotta understand, what I'm trying to say, is that when they saying Indians, there's certain Indians that's black Indians, but during this time, you gotta understand, during this time, this is 1690s. Majority of Europe is looking at America as India. So anything native on the land is gonna get the term of India or Aboriginal. Now, if they know certain people that's coming from somewhere else, even though they probably look like the people, but they know the people coming from a different land, so they can say, okay, yeah, them people is really not from this land right here. You know what I'm saying?
On the morrow he was to go with his former company, who were grown FOCX tricamly bitter and envious to him, that when they did but look upon him, they were ready to smite him 3 having gone until about midday, pafling an inlet, the weather being extreme bad, with wind, rain, and much cold, they put on shore, this was the place where we put on shore, and got water soldiers Carrot and flayed for the Spaniard Carrot when he went back to look for our people, that were to follow us in a canoe. But the rage of a heath bloody people was futch, that he expected to die. Being on shore, they readily kindled a fire. About which time he heard a noise of a boat and oars, and presently the Spano Tarago put on shore upon them. The Indians were extraordinarily surprised, and Flood amazed, but Solomon was glad to free they him. The Spaniards took the old Kafakis chef and whatever he had, from him, commanding them to return to the J.S./VJ towns from whence they came. Staying all night, the next morning the Spaniards fent Solomon under the Condos 6L of 2 Indians belonging to a heath towns, who were commanded by the Spani-Ards Ro carry Solomon unto the Centina Fs hoof but these 2 Inalim carried him a little beyond the place where we put on shore, to travel, and they've sent. As though they had mischief in their hearts against him, he asked if they would go forward but they looking untowardly on him, answered him not. So he went himfith and was glad when he saw they did it follow him. But we were desirous to know how the Spaniards had knowledge of us, which it seems was thus, when we got to G's where Smith and his Paney were, and we going under the denomination of Spaniards and the other Ingnufflage the report of us run from Indian Town to W/JW Town, to the northward. Unto the northernmost town J, at which town were 2 or more Indians that were converted to the Romish faith. Thief, or one of these, went to the next Spanish seminars, and gave an account, that he heard that there were 2 vessels cast away to the southward of GC, one being a Spaniard, the other an English vessel. The Spaniards having 2 vessels gone for the Havana to feed for Fupleys, feared it was Thoth Veflek, and the famed day as this news came to the governor of Attic 15 came Alpho news, of one of their friars murdered by foam of the Cafe Indians. After this manner we understood it, FC %, 3 fry TRX being an asterisk. Der a vow to go amongst the Indians on the Cafe to convert them, they went to a certain town to the northward, off where we were cast away but it lay within the sound. The cajficti of this town they gained on to embrace the Roman faith, but all his people were much incensed against the buyers, and therefore would have their Kajiki renounce his faith and put the friars to death. But he would alfent to neither J, therefore they killed him and 1 friar the other 2 if caped. Hereupon was a virago 4th asterisk with fent for us, of what natia fover we might be. Alpho a party of Spaniards and Indians were fent against that town where the friar was killed. We had a plen lethal supper, and we fed like people that had been half staved J for we eat, not knowing when we had enough J, and we found our palates fo changed by eating of berries, that we could not really /h the taft of salt no more than if it had no sarnefs in it. We had lodging vid, but few beds. The I6th of the th month the ID of the week, this morning we had ice half an inch thick, and it had been fo for full mornings paft, but as the sun riseth it's gone. The governor came in this morning to our apartment, inquiring how we did, we having had choco lat for breakfast. He asked if we would have anything elfie that his hoof could afford, if we would but ask it food be brought us. But we mo deftly answered, that this was sufficient although our appetites were not to be satisfied. The governor dated the poverty of the country unto us. The place is a garrifon, maintained 1/2 by the King of Spain the other half by the Church of Rome. The male inhabitants are all soldiers, every one receiving pay according to their poft. A sentinel's pay is 150 pieces of 8 a year 9. And all their fuply of bread, clothing and money, comes from the Havana and Vordo Vela / and it is a going on of 3 years from say they have had a veffel from any place whatsoever, which makes their wants vary. Ei great all things being expended, except arfinition and salt, of which they fade they had enough *. The governor offered us the freedom of what his half afforded withal, gave us a charge, to be careful in going abroad, especially of foam perfons that did not affs our nation, we promised to be ruled, and fub. MIT to the governor's pleafure for our liberty. Our people came in, and we told them the caution J bu they fade. They had been all over the town, and IQ many house, where they were kindly received, and yuk as the people had, they would give thiep. They told us of fem Inglafulge that lived here, and they had Been at their house, the chief eft and efteener was one William Carr of the Igeley of E/Y, who about 30 years ago, was in a VCF tel bound for South Carolina carrot but mything their port, were cast away nigh this port carrot many were drowned, but he and FOMC others were brought hither by the Indians J foam of clean got away in S carrot a carrot nich, Vefuk JS, others died her carrot. This man turned Roman Catholic and married a Spanish wobman carrot of whom he had 7 children, and is an officer in the Garifon carrot he was chief interpreter. This day came Jotheth Kirk / Negro Ben carrot he gave us this account, that after we had fent him back, he having looked, and not finding my kinsman, he went Tafik for a place to lealter himself from the cold, and foam place he found to creep in, where he lay down carrot. And continued there all night, but by morning was fo stiff with cold that he could not yuf his leg dollar, but hailed him fef towards the bay. The Spaniards carried our guide from the 1st century hoof, the morning after we went thence, returned along the bay, to see if any of our people were living, but he found all dead, except Negro 5 to the power of 7. 3 and he getting a fire made, Negro /6 was recovered, and got the yuf of his limbs. William Carr carrot the interpretary a quaint thus, that the Govertor carrot and 2 royal officers, pooled examine us, concerning our being call away, and what cods and monies was lolt in our veflo, and concerning of hardfips among the Florida Indians carrot, sec, bv ilachar. Was done, and every one did percent in it. This, took, dp 2 or 3 days time to complete it. After this was done, the Gouverneur told us, that he expedifled Captain Shaftian Lopez in foam few days carrot and aftef his arrival, he would provide for our gom to Carclui carrot L. With Canpostjan men to guard $. Carrot. Carrot this week my wife was taken with a fever SND ague, which held her 3 days, carrot ended then left hen the governor ordered HJS owned tour to Admafler futch things as were helpful. The govphobif's kindness to us all was extraordinary, F6 he would daily inquire of us, if we wanted anything which he had, of which he gave us an account J and we eat no WDR high than he did daily. Carrot. The town we law, from one NTC the Odier, it is about 3/4 of a mile high length, not a carrot GTI, larly built, the house not be carrot airy thick carrot they having large orchards, in which are plenty of oran and esj lem carrot mose carrot porn citrons carrot limes carrot figs and peaches, the house, molt of them, old building carrot and not half cf. Them inhabited. The number of men being about 300, that belong to th6 governiferate dash, and many of them are kept as sentinels at their lookout carrot O at the north end of Tgiat town Flaildeck, a large fortification, being 3. Chu carrot adrangle carrot fickley b carrot ifios j each bafian will contain 13 seam carrot but their ivas hot. Path 2/3 of 52 mbintito in the cuj. Tin they, pano amount any guns, being only for forfitchful arms. The wall of the fortification is about 30 foot high, built of lawed stone, such as they get odic of chc sand, between carrot the sea and the spund. This stone is only sand and carrot fraali shells knreeks to geftiv. Being not very hard, till expo fed to the sun. Stone is only being not very hard, till expo fed to the sun. The fort is moated round / they
Hold on, man. I don't know why they ain't highlighting, man, like it usually do, man. Crazy.
Being not very hard, till expo fed to the sun. The fort is mowed round / they would not admit us to come near the fort carrot but Joe carrot HICVRK took an opportunity, and walked round about it. The L carrot D
of the carrot THINT, carrot the ID of the week, this day Joseph Curl and I, confiding that the latter end of this week was talked of, for our fetting forward towards Carolina, which the Spaniards call St. George's, we concluded to endeavor to provide ourselves, if we could, with clothing carrot confitery.
Hold on.
Here, get a few skin fi,
No,
and with all,
it was
we lie the L to the power of.
no. I definitely thought it was interesting that they called Carolina St. George. And they ended up calling Georgia, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? So they wasn't calling. So back then, what they wasn't calling the Carolinas, they was calling it St. George, St. George. And that's also funny how it ended up being Georgia right there next to it. You know what I'm saying? This is 1690 something.
Of D of the caret THIN, caret the ID of the week, this day Joseph Curl and I, confiding that the latter end of this week was talked of, for our fetting forward towards Carolina, which the Spaniards call St. George's, we concluded to endeavor to provide ourselves, if we could, with clothing carrot confitery. We li'll be expo fed to all the weather that might happen, and have no felter but what we carry with us, therefore we were inclined to fell, he his, and I 1 or 2 of my negroes carrot to provide us clothing and pavilions. We addreffled ourselves to the Governor carrot, and withal offered him, if he pleased to accept the choice of my negroes carrot, but he denied our offer. We stacked our matter to him, and asked, if we might diff both of our negroes? He fade. No, we, who'd not carrot neither could we fell them to any perfon but himself. For the king's account, without a special license fee, therefore he would consult the 2 royal officers, and give us his answer. The Lee carrot th of the 9th mom, the 3 carrot of the week, this day the governor fent for us, and told us, that he would give us credit for what we, and the reft of the company, would. I told him, that my wife and child would want foam warmer clothing /alpho, carrot of curl and m.y fell food want foam, if to be had. He ordered us to give in an account of what we food want and, if to be had, we food have it. And Joseph Curl and I food give our obligation, to pay the governor of Carolina what the sum amounted unto, which we were willing to do. But we feared that our people food give us their obligation, for what we were engaged for, on their account, which the governor thought reaphonable. I gave in an AC count. Point of particulars, for Joseph Kirky Rohiri Barmy myself and family, alpha the quantity of Indian cornive taf carrot fringed tef, salt and earthen vapi for the whole company, but clothing was not to be had carrot except as much stuff as made a suit for my wife and child, AHD. A few skin 5 Joseph Kirk and I got alpha feedy blankets, though asterisk the price was great. The ferry J carrot O equals. Fef Kirky Court Barrow carrot rice self and family. We had 5 rows of chmernudum bready fo full of caval carrot. Thack corn was far better J 20 rows of drung carrot fi. 60 rows of inman corn carrot 10 rows of feef carrot 1 rove of salt J jars for I fodder carrot and ertbet FCTS to boil our fidju of sin. TBF I carrot TB of the carrot TB monib, B/carrot TB off WED. The governorfant for Jofepker you and me, Tosef carrot Typhi, that ale that was to be got, G had got for 3 carrot and he fuffler, igniact unto us. That he did expedal Shaflin Lopa carrot before this time 5 arid he would H6T have us to go till he sinny, FOI, what fover HT coldical. Get of bur money and goods we fly old have it every doit, but we fade, we deli.
Yo, that shit sound crazy as hell. Man, let me read this shit, man. The governor sent Joseph and me to certify that all that was to be got he had for us, and he further significant onto us that he did Sebastian Lopez before this time, and he would not have us to go till the time. Hold on, man. Let me just go on and get to the points I need to get to, man. Read all this shit. That shit sounded crazy as hell, though. So they within these areas. Hold on, let me get to the area what I'm talking about. I really wanted to showcase real quick. But yeah, this is a good little read. You wanted to get into this. Now, what I'm looking for now, because they had got to Santa Catalina, which is Santa Catalina to Africa. And I wanted to point that out within this game. So they went to San. So I mean, it was after San Juan. So just like I say right here, so you see right here it says Indian plantation. You know what I'm saying? The Indian town. In south of St. Augustine, you really wasn't hearing about no plantations or nothing like that, and fields and about all that those type of stuff like that. And keep in mind, on top of that, these is Indian towns. You know what I'm saying? These Indian towns, but they put in these terms of plantations and shit like that within this certain area within with the Santa Catalina to Africa. Let me. I was just gonna let that shit just ride, but that shit sound crazy as hell. I guess some niggas can't read it. So there's St. Mary's. There was at St. Juan's, went to St. Mary's. St. Philip's. So it says we understood that the Carolina Indians called Yamasees, which are related to these Indians, were here about a month since trading deer skins. So we got the Yamasees right here. Which the Yamasees is also and it's within these pages. Let me see if I can. Another encounter about the Yamasees. We got this canoe of our pursued. Okay, but this canoe of ours pursued the other, but the Carolina Indians put on shore, run into a marsh, and fired at us and fired at our people. And the Spanish Indians who could speak the Yamasees. So we got the Yamasees busting at them, not really knowing who they are. So we got the Yamasees language called them to them, told them their business. Okay. So they said, we having the cafe of Saint Juan with us, sent him away last night to see if he could meet with any Yamasees, Indians of Carolina, which we read in that one book, which was the first book that was written right after the Seminole War in the 1830s, said that the Yamasees was black people. So here we go right here. Here we go right here. Now I'm gonna let this ride out for show for this. But I wanted to point this out again. We have Santa Catalina to Africa. I got three sources. I got three sources with the Yamasees within this area. They say that the Yamasees come from this area. They kind of intertwine. It's a mix. It's been a mix since back a long time ago. And I'm going to point that out within another game. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to drop about the first encounters of the people that's documented. We're going to get into that. But today, we're just talking about Santa Catalina to Africa from 1680 up to 1699. And we have it right here. Let's say. What this say right here? What this say right here? I told you it's in the game called Santa Catalina. That's Santa Catalina to Africa. There's three sources on this area where have been great settlement of Indians. And recognized when we saying Indians right now is because this is recognized as India. This is not America at the time in the European eyes. This is India at the time. This is West India. So the natives from over here is called Indian or Aboriginal. And I'm going to bring that up again, just like I say, within the first book that was right after the Seminole War in 1836, said that the Yamasees are black people within this story. We got the Yamasees. They talking about the Yamasees 1699. That's linked in within this area. of Spanish Indians, Carolina Indians, which is all intertwined. It's like I say, called Santa Catalina, and that's really Santa Catalina to Africa, where have been a great settlement of Indians, for the land have been cleared for planting. We just got done looking at something, they talking about the Indian plantation and all this. It's like I say, whenever you look into this 1699 first story, first get down, it really ain't that type of situation going on south of St. Augustine. This is north of St. Augustine, which we know is Santa Catalina de Africa, Providence. For the land have been cleared for planting for some miles distance. Here also we met the chief, which we know in the 17 and the 1800s, it was all type of black chiefs running around there. But that was what they discovered. It was already down there. These was the people that the creek was coming in to enslave. Also, a canoe of Carolina Indians, being a man, his wife, children, his dogs, and other hunting implements. But just like I say, we talking about they just got to, by which time, let me bring that back. So this is the 10th. So this is in October. By which time we got the place called Santa Catalina. That's Santa Catalina de Africa. Where have been a great settlement of Indians, for the land have been cleared for planting for these particular Indians in Santa Catalina de Africa for some miles distance. Here also we met the chief, well basically the chief, Caciquia, got it again. But where I slipped up in the game before was during this time, this is India. In the eyes of the world, this is West India. And all the natives are Indians. Understand that. Now you can get into the particulars as far as saying, okay, Negroes, yeah, some Negro Indians over here. If you want to say blacks. See, but that's when the Carolinas have really turned their back on the black Indians. And by 1740, had came with that Negro Slave Act and just said they was going off the primary of the face of just the color of your skin. The ancient Berbers. Now within this, now they gonna stay within this area. 'Cause it's like I say, it's seem like that is winter time around this time. They having a hard time with the weather. They're having a hard time staying warm. So they in this field, they in this area for a couple of days. They in this field right here kind of longer than any, you know what I'm saying, for like kind of longer time than any other place. But this is just another description of the area during that time and what was going on during that time and how it was a set, it was a city or a town or a village every 5 to 10 miles. I would say every 2 to 5, 10 miles. I don't think they went more than 10 miles before they seen a village from when they had the shipwreck all the way up to South Carolina. Gotta be, gotta be up there somewhere. Seen it. And I had seen it. I thought I put it on the desktop. But turn on that light real quick. Yeah, like I was saying, no. Yeah, we got three of them. Santa Catalina de Africa right here. But they ain't put the Africa on there, but it's the same place. A great settlement of Indians. And we gotta remember what does the main manuscript say? That's what I want to get my hands on is the main manuscript. I may have to go up to wherever my people, to, man, to my folks up in Philadelphia, to the folks up in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, go to the archives, go to the same place that that dude went to, and go look at that primary. And let's see what they left out about Santa Catalina de Africa. Let's see that they say Santa Catalina de Africa, where have been a great settlement of Indians. For the land have been cleared for planting for some miles distance. Why is miles distance in the area of these people? We got in the primaries that we had got at earlier. And we also got it right here. And we also got it right here. Several Indians took part in the destruction of Santa Catalina de Africa. What they say Santa Catalina de Africa is. Because with all the other African towns that's after this time period, they say that the people are from Africa. See, that's how they trying to. I didn't. I didn't discover. I didn't crack the code. The code is cracked. What is Santa Catalina de Africa? Oh, where have been a great settlement of Indians for a land that have been cleared for planting for some miles distance. Here also we met a chief. We just got at the primaries earlier. If you go earlier in the game within this build, you're gonna hear within the letters it's saying the town of Africa. That's the connection of Indians, the black Indians, of being misclassified, stolen identity for them having so much authority within slavery during that time to where they can just steal the identity, even though within this new world they're finding black people which is the Indians. But once British took over, I ain't gonna say when the British took over. When the British got beat by the Americans, which is their little brothers, which is basically their family members, basically the turncoats, because they are the more savage ones. You know, they the more cutthroats, they the more mobsters, they the more piracy. Because they big homies is pirates, the ones that started all this on their end is pirates. Their OGs is pirates. They just backdoored the pirates. They just backdoored the OG pirates. As far as the Americans ain't nothing but the backdoors to the British. So we gotta understand that once the British say, okay, yeah, we first to go on and stop slavery, we first to go on and start trying to change the game, basically. What they call all this old reconstruction and all this old new stuff like that, where they putting certain narratives out there now. They're not gonna tell the whole history. That's when the African descent come in the game. That's when the African descent come in the game. Before that, yeah, it was Negroes being brought over. It was also Negroes found over here that was also the natives, which is the Indians, because they found them over here. It's like I say, once I drop all them sources, as far as from the as far as the letters, it's going back and forth from Saint Augustine to the King of Spain. And I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link on that. Until then, we're gonna keep this going. It's gonna be continued. To the next episode, it's gonna be the origins. Yeah, the next episode gonna be the origins of Santa Catalina to Africa. I would go on and open up the panel for the, you know what I'm saying, but this is just a bill to get the information out. Didn't want to waste no time. This was a long bill, just getting the information out and connecting the dots. Gotta be able to see it though. I can't hold your hand with it. Gotta do your homework on it. I appreciate everybody tapping in. We got Seduction Doll getting them calls. I'm gonna have to get Cuz a wrench. top commentator of the night. We got Robert Lee Ford, never being bored. That's my nigga. If he don't get no bigger, even though he on the other side and he gonna question everything that nigga putting out. Big hard. That didn't sound right. I didn't say the D word. I say big hard, but that still didn't sound right though. Pause. He's still gonna question it though. He's still gonna push a line though in a serious way. You know what I'm saying? He gonna push a line in a real serious, real nigga way. Which I ain't tripping on it for the fact that you know what I'm saying, for the fact that I fuck with real niggas and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Niggas can go on and question what I got going on. It ain't fist to change my opinion or my thought process about how they look at it until they, really come with some game. I can say, all right, you know what I'm saying? Let me put everything to bed. It is what it is, but ain't nobody came with nothing. I can say, okay, yeah, for sure. And my people just from over there for sure. I can't say that. I might can say it one day. Just like they say, it's more information coming out. Just like I'm popping out with more information about the black Indians in America. And there may be some information that pop out that say, hold on, nigga, you from Africa. Information, it's more information coming out. Just like on the scientific side, it's more information coming out. I'm looking for the information to get clarification for me and my folks. But it is what it is. Make sure that you pulled up and rolled up. I'm so glad that you showed up. To comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend, and do it again. Ace.